I cleared your morning for the sentencing of the Psycho Yak killer.
You need an entire morning for that?
Just in case.
In case what?
Judge Gray, I think you've forgotten that Donna will be taking care of your docket today.
No, I didn't forget.
Good, because I have the probation violation.
I know, because I didn't forget. Can't somebody else do it?
Care for your docket, or I'll do the probation thing?
Oh, you're getting all precise and reasonable on me, aren't you? So that I don't freak.
Why would you freak?
Judge Gray! I'm all set to be acting CSO. I've already interfaced extensively with Bruce.
Extensively is right.
And I've taken the liberty of making this color-coded schedule so as to keep things running as smoothly as baby oil on brass, which is, very smooth.
I have the utmost confidence. Bye.
Chop, chop. Judge Gray, if you want to chop, chop, of course.
Morning, Louis.
Lonnie, it's the heat.
I am not the heat. What is that?
It doesn't hurt.
Maxine, morning. Who is it this time?
Duncan.
Duncan! What did he do?
The school nurse gave us a call.
Come on in, if you dare. Come on in. I'm pretty sure I haven't beaten Duncan recently, but you don't take my word for it. Duncan! Don't make me count!
Apparently he has some kind of a nasty burn on his arm.
What's up?
The school nurse narked you.
I told her it was just a rope burn.
You told her what was just a rope burn? That doesn't look like a rope burn to me.
It doesn't hurt.
What the hell is that? Is that some kind of new way to take drugs or something?
I don't take drugs no more.
Perhaps Mrs. Gage knows.
She had a family emergency in Arizona. We're sort of batching it this week.
Lonnie, I need to see another of your boys.
Christopher! Front and center!
You don't have to call Christopher.
Hey, roll up your sleeve.
Why?
Don't make me count, okay? 5, 4. You don't want me to go lower than 4. 3.
Look, it's just a rope burn.
Lonnie, I'm going to have to ask that you bring all of your foster children into DCF.
Let's go.
Your Honor, I am Ben Leonard, filing my appearance in lieu of the public defender on behalf of Mike Gamble.
Well, good morning, Mr. Leonard. Why would anyone change representation just for a routine sentencing hearing?
Your Honor, the public defender let me read the transcripts. I'm up to speed and ready to serve my client.
Does this meet with your approval, Mr. Amble?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Proper respect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm Chief Attorney for the Sachinif Tribal Council. Mike Gamble is a member of the Sachinif Nation. We would have represented him during the trial, but only became aware of his existence yesterday.
Whoa.
Excuse me, are you trying to tell me this boy is a Sachinif Indian?
Yes, Your Honor. Despite the temptation to profile racially, Mike Gamble was born to a Sachinif father and Caucasian mother on the reservation. His mother died shortly after his birth. His father left the reserve, committed a series of petty drug-related crimes, and died in jail. This is all a matter of public record. As a result, Mike Gamble entered the foster system and became lost to us until yesterday.
And who are these gentlemen?
They are elders. According to Sachinov tradition, they are considered immediate members of the family and have the right to be here in this courtroom.
Well, I decide who has the right to be present in this courtroom, Mr. Leonard. Well, Miss Bonham, does the state have any objections to the court taking under consideration the claim that Mike Gamble is a Sachinov Indian?
Why would we? The boy has already been tried and found guilty.
Good, I'll take that as no objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm ready to proceed so that this court is in no way inconvenienced.
That's very thoughtful of you, Mr. Leonard, but you know as well as I do that it's going to take me a few minutes to go over this documentation. So, Miss Kozlowski pants. I'm going to need a little time.
Oh, man. It's gonna mess everything up large.
Duncan, come in here, please. Close the door. My first concern is to find out if your foster parents are mistreating you in any way.
No way, Lonnie's the bomb.
Then who is doing this to you?
It's just a rope burn.
That particular lie is not working for you anymore, Duncan, so either make up something new or tell me the truth. I guess total silence would be a third alternative. You know I'm just going to work my way through all of you until I find the truth.
Nobody's gonna say nothing.
Even if I remove you from Lonnie's house?
Look, there's a Chester up there talking to Lewis.
Excuse me, may I help you? Unless you're a doctor, take your hands off that child.
Does 4 years of medical school count?
Kyle!
Oh, thank God you're not insane.
Well, why would I be?
Because I spent most of my youth trying to make you that way.
Come here, please. Oh, he's my nephew.
I see you're busy. Maybe we can connect later.
No, don't go away.
You have obligations.
Well, they still let me have lunch every once in a while. You want to come back about 20 minutes?
Sure.
No, really, Kyle, I do want to have lunch with you.
What, do you think I'm just gonna vanish?
It's happened before.
I will see you at lunch, Aunt Max. Whatever she wants, just give it to her. That's my philosophy.
My nephew.
Court is satisfied, technically and legally, that Mike Gamble is a member of the Sachinov band.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So let's proceed to sentencing recommendations.
Thank you, Your Honor. It has been established in this court that in the extreme early hours of October 3rd of this year, Mike Gamble did break into Sportsman's Supply and steal a lever-action Marlin Model .336 hunting rifle and a single box of .30-30 ammunition, after which he hitchhiked 50 miles to Bridgeport, climbed a wall into the service yard of the Beardsley Zoo, and proceeded to the yak enclosure where he shot an 18-year-old male yak, fondly known as Zach, 16 times.
He was really strong.
I will also remind Your Honor of the testimony given by psychiatrist Dr. Susan Barron, stating that in her professional opinion, such an action not only indicates severe mental dysfunction, but is also a harbinger of extreme violence, especially in a case of someone like Mike Gamble, who has been repeatedly both physically and sexually abused in the course of his life. The state asks that Mike Gamble be placed on a high-security ward at Riverside Psychiatric Hospital. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Leonard?
Your Honor, we request that you turn Mike Gamble over to the Sachinov tribal elders.
Mr. Leonard, you're asking that I simply let him go?
Why did I bother with such a long argument?
Judge Gray.
No, Judge Gray, not at all. I'm requesting that you give him to us so that he can face a sentencing circle.
A what?
Judge Gray,
What is it, Miss Kozlowski Pant?
we're gonna have to reconvene later.
Why?
Sorry. Bruce, where are you?
Does your father know you're in Hartford?
My father doesn't know and doesn't care.
Oh, I can't believe that. Despite our differences, I've never disputed the fact that Richard always puts his children first.
Oh, he still put Susie first. She's a periodontist in New York, has 3 kids, comes to dinner every Sunday with her husband.
I'd like to meet him.
No, you wouldn't. He's a horse's ass, but we all pretend he isn't.
I was always fond of Susie. But face it, Kyle, you are your father's favorite, and I can't believe that's changed.
It has. Besides, and don't take this the wrong way, but you really don't know what my father thinks anymore. You haven't spoken to him for 12 years, and a lot can happen in that time.
I had very good reasons.
I'm not saying you didn't. If anyone understands fighting with my father, it's me. Believe me, I get it.
Are you all right?
He's fine.
Did that happen to you in lockup?
No. That's the reason he went into lockup. Conditions of his probation: no fighting, no association with known gang members. He did both. He also put 2 boys in the hospital, stomped one boy's teeth out. I gave this kid chances in the past, and that's the way he repays me. Your judge put him in the diversionary program. Didn't work out.
Can I hear what happened first?
Go ahead. Tell him.
I got nothing to say.
He's got nothing to say.
Well, I tell you what. I want that cheek looked at. And I want Samuel cleaned up, make sure he's all right. And I want to see you again.
You're making a kind of a big deal of this, aren't you? It's not a complicated situation.
No, it's not complicated at all. I'd like Samuel to get his cheek looked at before we proceed.
Come on.
So what happened?
Gertrude Stein said we don't become better or worse with age, we just become more of ourselves. He's who he always was, multiplied by 12.
Yes, that's, very erudite, Kyle, but I wasn't asking about Richard or Gertrude Stein. What happened to you?
I let myself down. And Dad. I did some stupid things, and now I'm paying for them.
The last I heard, you were following in his footsteps in medical school.
Yeah. Well, his footsteps got a little too difficult for me to follow. I got kicked out of med school.
Why?
Dilaudid. It's a first cousin of heroin, but Dilaudid is found in hospitals mostly, not in back alleys. Morphine is another close personal friend, but it started to bore me. Understand?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Even if your father is a rich neurosurgeon and a check-writing alumnus of that school, they still tend to kick you out for that particular offense.
Yes, they do.
And like the rest of the dirt-sucking drug addicts, the court orders you to go to rehab. You go for 3 months, and if you're clean and still sane, they thrust you back into the world with a probation officer and the threat of prison hanging over your head. That's where I am now. So like any person of that ilk, I'm looking for work and a place to live.
Where are you living now?
And a hotel in Hartford.
And what about work?
Still looking. Which is why I showed up at your office.
You want me to give you a job?
Want, yes. Expect, no.
Why social work?
Because the court likes that. In fact, the court has ordered me to put in several volunteer hours in places like yours. My drastically reduced dream is that I can do that and get paid for it. Kill a whole flock of birds with one stone. If the answer is grow the hell up, I'll accept that. Either way, it's just good to see you.
It's good to see you, too. Welcome back. Judge Gray,
It's not their turn.
Well, they were interrupted this morning, so I wedged them in.
You wedged? On my docket?
No, on my docket. Mr. Leonard, when last we met, you suggested that I simply let your client go.
The Sachinif Tribal Council would like to subject Mike Amble to their own justice.
The sentencing circle.
Your Honor is familiar with the concept.
Oh, what?
When a Superior Court justice finds a status Indian guilty of a charge, he has the option of turning the case over to the traditional justice system, the sentencing circle.
I have shown the court that Mike Amble is a full member of the Sachinab band.
Well, Mr. Leonard, I'm also aware that the sentencing circle only applies on offenses committed actually on the reserve, and that's not the case here.
Correct, Your Honor, but it is still under your power.
I don't mean to seem like a yahoo here, but how do we know that they will do anything to him at all?
Oh, we don't, Miss Bonham.
Then I must protest. The Sachinifs have no secure mental health facilities or detention centers of any kind. Mike Amble is a menace.
It is our contention that in the absence of a father figure or tribal elders, he was attempting to complete his own passage into manhood.
By going to the zoo and killing a yak?
We're not saying that he wasn't misguided.
It's the state's contention that he's a budding serial killer.
They don't understand us. You have never understood us.
The state has...
It's their turn, Judge Gray.
I guess we'll reconvene tomorrow. What's next?
Okay, nobody laugh. I know that prophetic powers scare people, so I say this with a degree of caution. I always knew Amy was destined for greatness.
Well, I'm not great, Kyle, but thanks for the offhanded compliment.
No, I always knew you'd do something big.
It's amazing you managed to glean that information, considering all I did was babysit for you.
Hey, I babysat too.
No, Peter, you pretended to babysit. Amy was really in charge, and I lied to you. You were just a paper tiger.
Well, now you tell me.
Well, you can handle it now, dear.
You used to read our fortunes with tarot cards.
Newsflash, Kyle. I made all that up.
Oh, even so, you told Vincent he would travel to distant lands, and you told me that I would stick close to home.
I guess I got it wrong with you.
Last time I checked, Hartford was pretty close to Manhattan.
This is delicious asparagus, Maxine. What did you do to it?
I steamed it, Jillian, and added Parmesan and butter.
That must be it. I hate asparagus out of a can.
Now, why would asparagus ever be in a can?
Are you sure I don't remember Kyle from when he was little?
No, you don't. You don't, sweetie. Kyle was 20 years old when you were born. Same age as Uncle Vincent.
It's nice to marry into a large family. I have a couple of sisters, but I always wished I had a brother. Now I have brothers and cousins I never even knew about.
You don't have any brothers you don't know about?
Okay, well, cousins.
I feel like I remember Kyle.
You don't, sweetheart.
But that doesn't mean we can't get to know each other now, Lauren.
No offense, Kyle, but I really get to say who my daughter will get to know.
Fair enough.
I don't understand your confusion. He hung with his homies. He got into a fight. That's 2 violations.
What I'm missing, Mr. Smeltzer, is an explanation.
They always got explanations. Don't mean a thing.
You still a member of a gang?
As far as they're concerned,
I'm interested in your opinion.
my opinion means dick.
The boys you fought, they're from your gang? Why were you with them?
I mean, how long is this going to take?
Mr. Smeltzer, why don't you go get yourself a cup of coffee?
I got a right to be here.
It'll go a lot quicker if you grab a coffee.
got my pager.
So, yesterday you were wearing a band uniform. So unless that's a new gang look I don't know about, you play an instrument.
Trumpet.
I don't know too many gangbangers that play trumpet in a marching band. So where's your horn?
It's busted.
Over somebody's head? Your PO wants to put you back in jail.
So? Let him. Who cares? I done my bit before. I can do it again.
You've been doing really well, Samuel. 8 months. Kept your nose clean. Stayed away from your boys. Did whatever it took. If I can, I'd like to keep this little setback from getting back in Judge Gray's courtroom.
Look, what I gotta say is, I like the horn. I like that horn a lot. And they're all, what's up, cuz? And I'm on the P, get away from me. They all flossing up in my face. It's a gang. You know what I'm saying?
They busted your horn.
Pissed me off. I mishandled my temper, so put me in jail. That's how it goes.
I'm not saying that I think you're wrong. I'm just saying that Lonnie and Mara Gage are model foster parents. We give them our most difficult kids. Mara is studying to be a social worker, and I'd hire her in a flash.
I agree.
You do?
Yes, but I can't just walk away from the signs. Physical injury, the code of silence among the abused.
What do you want to do?
I was hoping you would decide.
Well, I'm flattered that you value my opinion. And after going over the options and considering the alternatives, can I say I don't know?
Yes, but you might be disappointed in yourself. And you may even feel that you work for me instead of vice versa.
Oh. Here's what I want you to do. Find out what happened, but don't let it be that Lonnie's abusing those kids. Find out something that neither of us in all our wisdom has thought of. Can you do that, Maxine?
For you, Sean, anything.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to be alone in this because she'll like pick on me and think it's over.
What's going on? Did someone declare a family emergency and forget to invite me?
Hey, you're invited. We were waiting for you.
Then there is a family emergency.
No, it's not an emergency. It's just a meeting.
May I make myself a cup of tea before I hear the nature of it?
It might be hard for you to hear.
Well, anything other than the spring fashion lineup will be hard for me to hear.
Well, we don't like Kyle.
Who's we?
Me, Peter, Jillian.
Is this true?
Well, maybe like is too strong a word.
We don't trust him.
You don't trust him, Jillian?
We don't.
All right. Why don't we like Kyle?
Aside from the fact that he uses his charm for evil?
Yes, aside from that.
Mom, I know Kyle even better than you do. And frankly, it just seems you and I have different criteria for judging his character.
Thank God.
Well, you're the one that asked us not to communicate with Uncle Richard and his family. I didn't know why, but for my own reasons, I agreed.
That was 12 years ago.
And why is it different now? I just need an explanation.
No.
Why not?
Because I said so.
That's what you say to children.
What's your point?
If I'm going to live here and pay rent, then I deserve to have a say.
You do have a say, Amy. You just don't have the last word. I do.
Well, what about the other family members?
What about them?
They're worried. They're confused. We owe them an explanation.
I would venture to say that you are worried, Amy, and you're even scared. And you've taken that fear like a cookie and broken off little pieces and shared them with Peter and Jillian.
That's not true.
All right, did you come here of your own accord, or did Amy call a family meeting?
Well, sure, Amy called it, but I...
That's all I wanted to know.
So this is just a problem of my own making.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know who you are anymore.
Well, that's not the end of the world.
Hey, Max.
You seem surprised.
I just ordered room service. I was going to be surprised if they'd arrived so fast.
May I come in? When you said hotel, I guess I pictured something a little more humble.
Oh, it's humble. Believe me. The service is terrible.
I suppose I was thinking, less expensive then. You said you were broke.
Well, I still have my father's credit card
Why?
because he hasn't canceled it yet.
Does he know that you're still charging on it?
No, he must know. When he decides that I've had enough, he'll cancel it. I'm actually okay?
No, Kyle, I'm not. I was under the impression that you were no longer communicating with your father.
I'm not.
Allowing him to pick up the bill for you is a form of communication.
I'm sure he'll cut me off any day now. I'm just trying to stay ahead of the curve.
When you hit the curve, call me.
Hey, Max. What are you trying to tell me?
I am trying to tell you, if you don't understand how your father's money and his willingness to give it to you somehow relates to your landing in rehab, then no, I can't explain it to you. You tell me you want to do better. You want to be better. You cannot do and be better until you let go of the illusion that you are in possession of anything except a sincere desire to move on. When you realize that, I can help you, not before.
I do need your help. I've been through hell and I have to find a way out.
No, Kyle. You've been through purgatory, maybe. Hell is you're a child with cigarette burns on your genitals because your mother never wanted you. Hell is simply not a five-star hotel.
It's not my fault. I don't know what hell looks like. I know I'm not good at asking for help. But it's not going to stop me from asking. All I'm saying, Aunt Max, is can you help me?
Every day I see abused children who have forgotten how decent people live. Or they never knew. And I want to say to them, let me take you home. I'll show you what decency looks like. I'll remind you, or I'll teach you for the first time. But I can't do that. At work, I have to put them back into the system and trust it. With my own flesh and blood. It's different.
So what are the conditions? In rehab, they taught us all about conditions.
No financial help from your father. You pull your weight, you pay rent. And you abide by my rules.
Do you have a lot of them?
Oh, my, yes.
Okay.
And you help out around the house.
I don't have many skills. But I can diagnose minor illnesses. I was only months away from residency.
Well, that may come in handy. You know that child that you were looking at when you found me at DCF?
The one with the infected abrasion?
Is that what it is?
It's an abrasion. Oh, a bad one.
Not a burn.
It's more like an Indian burn. That's what we called it in the old days. We also called it a suck test.
A suck test.
Yes, one kid rubs another kid's arm until he says stop. When you say stop, you're a suck. A weenie.
I see.
Yeah. We also played chicken on the railroad tracks. Boys are not the smarter of the species.
Room service.
Mike Amble got took from us when he was young. We wasn't allowed to finish making him before his father stole him away to the world.
So you don't dispute Mike's guilt?
No. The boy stole the gun, killed somebody's pet. He should be punished.
How?
Sentencing circle decides.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. You may take your seat.
One more thing. The abuse on the boy, that was done by the white world.
If there wasn't a social worker here right now, I'd call you a bunch of idiotic, brain-dead morons.
Lonnie, I am here.
Yeah. You know, it is one thing to prove bravery by marking yourself, stupid as that is, but to do it and keep it a secret in a manner which reflects badly on me?
Lonnie.
All right, yes, all right. It's got to stop, fellas. Right now. Because Maxine's ready to take you to an even worse home, with an even earlier bedtime and stricter rules about computer games. You got it? Hey, you got it?
Yes.
If my wife comes home and you boys aren't still here, she's gonna be unhappy. And if Mama ain't happy,
Ain't nobody happy.
it's right.
How long before Mrs. Gage comes home?
Day after tomorrow.
Thank goodness, because I'm fairly sure that with a woman in the house, this sort of thing wouldn't go on.
Yeah. Christopher's the bravest? Little Christopher, who has to sleep with the lights on, for God's sake. You're the toughest. He's the toughest. Christopher.
Lonnie.
Right, no, you're right, I'm in...
Your Honor, the state should know how a sentencing circle works. In effect, Mike Gamble and the elders and any interested party sit in a large circle and discuss the matter. That way, a consensus is reached on what punishment might be appropriate.
It's not punishment the boy needs. It's help for a dangerous mental problem.
Well, Mr. Leonard, you maintain that Mike Gamble is a member of the Sachinov tribe. The elders accept him as such. I would like to hear what Mike Gamble thinks.
After all these years, I'm not sure Mike Gamble knows just what he is.
Mr. Gamble, would you please stand up? These men claim you as a native Sachinov.
I know.
Do you feel like a Sachinov Indian?
I don't really know what a Sachinov Indian feels like.
Your Honor, what
Mr. Leonard, you have been a very effective and articulate spokesman for your people. You've done the best you can. Now sit down. When you were in the foster home, did you ever tell people you were an Indian?
No. I never told nobody nothing. White people talk too much.
You don't think of yourself as a white person?
If I see myself, I know I look white, but in the dark or with my eyes closed, I know I'm not. Sometimes I smell wood smoke. Helps me remember.
Remember what?
Home.
Now, I have to do what's best for you, but I also have to protect society. You understand that?
You're gonna put me in jail.
You're on.
I want to be in a jail for men.
Well, I can't do that. You're only 14.
Yeah, but I made my kill. I proved that I can provide. That's what a man does.
Did Mr. Leonard tell you that?
No.
Did you read it in a book?
No. I remember the story my father told me before he died.
Tell me the story.
One day, they come for you. Maybe your father, maybe your uncles. Your mother knew it was time, so she packed you food to eat and a bottle of water. Nobody says nothing. And they take you out. And they give you a gun, a real gun, not for gophers or rabbits, but for real meat. And you wait for the animal to come, offer itself. And you shoot. And you're proud. And your mother's proud. And everybody eats because of what you did. And then, you're a man.
He's right.
But that's not the way it happened for you.
I waited. But nobody came. So I packed my own water and food. But nobody came.
So you took matters into your own hands.
We had a school trip to that zoo. And I saw that big animal. And he offered himself. I knew what to do. Because of the story. So I went back.
The way I see it, there were extenuating circumstances, and Samuel deserves a break.
That's crap.
Of course. It's your prerogative to insist this goes back before Judge Gray.
Good. I'll take my chances with her. Get up.
However, you might want to consider the political temperament of the times. What it looks like for a white PO to bounce an African-American kid so hard.
Son of a bitch. I never expected you to come right out and say it.
You're careful, Mr. Smelser. But you're a bigot. I know it. Samuel knows it. And so do you.
I don't know any such thing. Come on.
I'm Judge Gray's court services officer. I'm not gonna let this lie. You're doing this boy a disservice.
So you tell me you're gonna influence a judge?
That would be inexpedient and unwise, Mr. Smelser. I think if you decide to mess with me, you'll find I'm neither of those things.
Judge Gray? Judge Gray! That didn't go so badly, did it?
Are you kidding?
Yeah. You might have noticed some of the transitions were a little rocky.
Donna, you did a great job.
My charts helped a lot, didn't you think?
What would we have done without them?
Total chaos. Disaster. So, all in all, I'm as good as Bruce? Judge Gray? I said, all in all, I'm just as good as Bruce? Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Well, room for improvement there. I'm not daunted. Always room for improvement. Good night, Judge Gray.
Good night, Donna.
Are you hungry?
No,
You didn't eat much dinner.
because I wasn't hungry.
You still need to eat.
Ma, no, thanks.
Are you busy?
A little. Trying to recover from Donna being my CSO.
Donna?
Temporarily. I don't think the weather patterns have shifted, but I'm not sure yet.
She's a sweet girl.
She's a terrible CSO.
We can't be good at everything.
Some of us never stop trying.
Kyle is coming to stay with us.
What?
Well, not forever, just for a little while.
Why are you doing this?
He's my nephew. He needs help, and I'm going to give it to him.
Why does he need help?
It's a long story.
I have time.
No, you don't. Not if you're working tonight.
Hey, Mom. Mom? I live here. I pay rent to live here. So I think I deserve to know why we're taking in a boarder who is also, in his spare time, an ass.
Amy, I am still your mother. I still make the best decisions, and if you don't like it, then call your local real estate agent.
I just want to be heard.
You have been heard and overruled by a wiser authority. Someday you'll thank me.
I hate when you say that.
I know, but it's true.
I hate that you think you are always right.
I know, but I am.
Fine, but you're also mean and you scare me.
That's what mothers are supposed to do.
Since when?
Since forever. I don't know how an entire culture forgot that. You're supposed to be scared of snakes, the dark, and your mother.
Ma.
Because, Amy, a mother's love is an awful thing. Especially when you start trying to tear it down. So just don't do that!
I want a dumb mother.
Too late. I'm gonna make you some soup. You need to eat.
Coming up next on TNT's Prime Time in the Daytime, one of Amy's sentences proves fatal. Judging Amy is next on TNT.
Oh, you swear? On whose grave?
He said that? Get out. No, you're making that up.
Because that's just like you.
Man, you gotta do better than that.
Claire, when Robert has finished his urgent business, would you remind him that I'm still waiting for him to locate the Jay Gonzalez file? Kimberly Found's desk. Please hold. Kimberly! There's a call for you.
I'm busy.
Yes, I see that. And I would appreciate it if you would not go through my files. I can find whatever it is you're looking for.
Maxine, there's a meeting in the conference room in half an hour.
Oh, good. You know how much I love those.
You know, it would make my life so much easier if you could just set an example. Or at the very least, keep the eye rolling to a minimum.
Excuse me. Kimberly, get your bony fingers out of my file drawers now before I come over there and kick your scrawny little conniving ass from here to next September and back again. I'll be very good at the meeting.
In the matter of Joanna Bowden, age 15, charged with conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder, the intended victim being Mitchell Bowden, Joanna's father. Let's start with introductions.
Teresa Willings, representing the state, Your Honor.
Leonard Zook, representing Miss Bowden. This is Liz Fulper, her guardian ad litem.
And you are?
Mitchell Bowden, Joanna's father.
And Joanna's mother?
Deceased, Your Honor. 5 years now.
Counsel?
Your Honor, Joanna Bowden and her father have had a troubled relationship ever since the death of her mother. Things came to a head when Joanna was forbidden to see her boyfriend, one Zane Hanley. At which point, Joanna and Zane concocted a plan to stage a robbery which would result in the death of Mr. Bowden, leaving Romeo and Juliet free to cavort.
Your Honor.
Yeah, let's lose the sarcasm, Ms. Willings. Mr. Zook, your turn.
Your Honor, my client was indeed infuriated with her father. She made offhand remarks to Zane Hanley about wanting him dead. But this entire incident is based on a misunderstanding, which we will prove.
Mr. Hanley, for Your Honor's information, was charged as an adult. He pled to a lesser charge in exchange for his testimony in this matter.
In other words, he's highly motivated to present damaging testimony here in addition to his other stellar qualities.
Excuse me. Does the no sarcasm rule apply only to me?
No. And the no preening and posturing rule applies to everyone. Mr. Bowden, I'm curious as to why you're sitting on that side of the room.
I wanted to support my daughter, Your Honor. These are very serious charges.
All right. Well, Ms. Kozlowski, when will I hear testimony?
Tomorrow. At probably 11-ish.
I'll see everyone tomorrow at 11. Thank you.
Okay, next on the list gets custody of a parrot named Francis. How long have you had Francis?
46 years. We bought her right after we were married.
No. It was a wedding present from your crazy mother.
No, Jane, we bought her as a wedding present to each other. And you wanted that gas barbecue grill instead. I had to talk you into getting her.
No. Your mother left him on the back porch with a nice red bow on his cage.
No. We bought her at the pet shop. I still have the receipt.
Okay. Can we at least pin down the bird's gender?
It's a boy. We named him after Frank Sinatra.
No, you named him after Frank Sinatra, Jane. I named her after Francis Farmer.
Okay, never mind. We'll just refer to the parrot as Francis. Is that with an I or an E?
E.
I'll just dot the E, and everybody's happy. So currently, Francis is living with which one of you?
Me. Arthur is sleeping in the guest room. Francis is staying in the den, which is on my side of the house.
Excuse me, your side of the house? Where is your side of the mortgage payment? Which is your side of the leaky roof?
Okay.
The man asked me where the bird lives. I was telling him where the bird lives.
Look, Jane, listen to me.
Oh.
The bird...
Oh, for pity's sake.
Does anyone have a penknife? Perhaps I could write in my own blood.
Maxine, dial it down. We got company.
What company?
It's Dr. Sally Godwin, Regional Director of Human Resources. Rumor has it she's a strong candidate for city manager.
Yes, I know.
This is probably some kind of spot check, so you might want to consider that.
Thank you, Robert.
Oh, Sally, here are two valuable members of my team, Robert Clifton and the legendary Maxine Gray.
Well, I'll say one thing for you. You have a great plastic surgeon. That nose looks almost real.
Yes, well, obviously I should give you his number.
Where have you been? You never write, you never call.
Oh, God. Last couple of years have been insane. I wrote a book, I went on tour, blah, blah, blah. But I've been keeping track of you in the society column.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
So, you two know each other.
Very observant. Sean?
Maxine and I were college roommates. And then we were waist deep in the Big Muddy for a long time.
15 years, side by side in the trenches, until Miss Too Smart for Social Work decided to put on the business suit.
Yeah, right. Too smart nothing. It was too much of a wimp. I never had your stamina, Maxine. But you know how that goes. Those who can't play ball end up coaching, right? Speaking of balls, I brought you something.
You didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What is that? In college, this is Maxine's idea of a midnight snack. The rest of us couldn't even watch.
Neither can I. It was nice to meet you.
And you, thank you.
So, this is purely a social call. Right?
Yes, relax. I'm just here to see Maxine. We have years of information to catch up on.
We certainly do.
I'm taking you to dinner. We have reservations at La Cucina at 7.
Perfect. Plenty of time to digest the snowball. I have work to do, and I'm delighted about dinner.
Me too.
Is this golden brown?
No.
Are you sure?
It's not even brown. It's sort of maple, but it's definitely not golden.
Well, it's been cooking forever. Should I turn up the heat?
I think we live too far north for anyone to be frying chicken.
I told you to get Kentucky Fried. They have popcorn chicken.
It's not too late for me to run out.
No. I'm frying chicken and you're eating it. How hard can it be?
I think we're about to find out.
Anybody in the mood for a surprise?
Oh, God. Nobody's called me that in years. Hi, honey. Oh, my. Peter. Peter, some sort of rodent has died on your face. Yeah, baby. Oh, my gosh. And who is this?
Our son, Ned.
And what is this?
A girl named Rachel.
Michelle. We're hoping.
And who is this? And what happened to that squalling infant?
I'm Lauren.
I know who you are. I babysat for you on a couple of occasions.
Did I like you?
You pretended to.
Sassy is Mom's coolest friend. She used to get me inappropriate gifts. She taught me how to dance.
Oh, you're responsible for that.
And she turned me on to Henry Miller and Colette.
Did she? Well, you were having to read Dreiser, for God's sake. Somebody had to rescue her.
Are you staying for dinner? Mom's trying chicken.
In a manner of speaking.
Amy, it's way past golden.
No, we're dining at La Cucina. And afterwards, we might go out for an after-dinner drink. And we might stay up very, very late.
If we don't doze off over our appetizers.
Let's try to stay optimistic. I'm going to change into something fancier so I don't embarrass my coolest friend.
So, about this fella. Is he good enough for our Maxine?
Absolutely, he's top notch.
I need Amy's approval. Yeah, he's great.
We all love him, Sally.
Yeah? Well, does he know if he doesn't make her happy, there's a cranky old politician with a PhD who will kick his billionaire ass?
Sassy.
You know, I'm only up to date as far as Carl.
Which Carl?
There's been more than one Carl?
Well, it's a much more common name.
Oh my, thank you. Thank you, fool.
Okay. After Carl, the weatherman at Channel 2.
Isn't he gay?
Not anymore. Thank you. And then a motivational speaker. Used to shout out affirmations during sex.
What kind of affirmations?
I am an excellent lover. I am sensitive and caring. Women love to be with me. I possess top-notch equipment. I know how to use it.
If you could just dial it down a notch, please.
Sally, it's wonderful to see you. You too. Seeing you makes me miss you. What's up?
Well, I was hoping we could have another glass of wine before we got into it.
Did they send you to fire me?
For one thing, I am they. I send people to fire people. And for another, do you need firing?
Am I under review?
I'm afraid so.
Is this because I seized a child against the wishes of a judge? Or because a foster child murdered a stalker in my backyard?
Maxine, nobody knows better than I how you can ruffle feathers and how much it doesn't matter.
It's good of you to come and tell me.
Well, it's better than that. I'm conducting the review.
Isn't that a conflict of interest?
Absolutely. But what are friends for? We'll spend a couple of days together out in the field, huh? Like old times. By the time I finish with your review, they're going to give you a raise, name a building after you.
To Carl.
To Carl. Which one?
Okay, Rochelle, deep breath.
That dog looks like he's had a busy life. What's his name?
Sparkle.
What? That's just silly. That's not a sparkly dog. Dog needs a serious name like Chief or Maxwell or Gus.
I like Sparkle.
Well, look at him. He's embarrassed by that name. I'm on your side, pal. I'm calling you Gus.
Can I go home now?
In a little while. You and Gus hang out here and I'll be right back, okay? Hey, I've got a problem.
Good, that means I don't.
4-year-old in exam 2 with papillomavirus.
Who brought her in?
Parents. Do I tell them before I call DCF?
No. If the father's the abuser and you mention a sexually transmitted disease, he'll likely grab the kid and bolt. It'll take DCF an hour on a good day to get down here.
That's my problem.
Tell DCF it's a rush and tell the parents you're doing more tests.
All right.
But Kyle, don't run more tests. We can't afford it.
I'm on to the drill by now. Mr. and Mrs. Cobbs, I've got the car.
These files are only for me. My ready reference system. IR, incorrigible runaways. You know, when I get the call, I can quickly look to see where they turned up last time. WBH. Wacky, but harmless. For example, the...
Maxine, line 2.
Maxine Gray. Hello, Kyle. When was she admitted? All right, stall the parents. I will get there as soon as I can. It's my nephew, Richard's son. He's a resident at St. Mike's, and I am ludicrously proud of him.
Sounded like official business.
He was diagnosed a 4-year-old with STD.
And he called you directly?
It's never happened before, but it is the right move. Are you coming with me?
I've never been really nuts about field work, Maxine.
You are here to observe me, are you not?
It was a little after 11 p.m. I was just sitting down to watch the news when I heard Joanna scream. Naturally, that scared the hell out of me, so I ran toward the sound. There was this man in a ski mask holding a gun to Joanna's head. I screamed at him not to hurt her. I said I'd give him money, whatever he wanted. And then he just turned the gun on me and shot.
Where did he shoot you?
Here, in the upper chest. A shoulder, whatever you call it.
When he shot you, did she scream?
I don't recall.
Really? Because your memory was pretty clear at the motion to suppress hearing, shall I remind you of your testimony?
I don't believe she screamed, no.
After the guy in the ski mask shot you, what happened next?
I fell over. It really hurt. I was surprised how much. I couldn't breathe very well.
Did the guy in the ski mask ransack the house?
No.
Your Honor, we don't dispute the fact that Zane Hanley came into the house with the intention of shooting Mr. Bowden. Can we stop calling him the guy in the ski mask?
Miss Willings. Fine. I don't care if we call him Spider-Man. I'm just trying to paint a picture.
Mr. Bowden, after Zane Hanley shot you, what happened?
He grabbed Joanna by the arm and they ran out the door. I crawled to the window and I saw them get into Zane's car. I recognized that car.
As you watched them drive away, what were you thinking?
I don't know.
Were you thinking Zane Hanley kidnapped my daughter at gunpoint?
No, I wasn't thinking that. Frankly, I was wishing he'd been a better shot.
Why?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Signs of abuse.
I'm afraid so.
What, physical or sexual abuse? Rochelle has genital warts. Warts?
Warts are a sign of sexual abuse?
Warts is a sexually transmitted disease.
DCF's going to have to investigate.
Yeah, of course, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. Are you going to take her away?
Perhaps we can find out what happened before Rochelle is released from the hospital.
And the other children?
I'm ordering that all the children be checked by a doctor.
You're not removing them?
I'd like both of you to agree to an examination as well.
Whoa. Are you suggesting?
I'm asking for your consent to an examination.
Yeah, not without talking to a lawyer first.
What do you say? Oh my God. Of course we will.
No. Don't you understand they're accusing me? They think I did this. It's a terrible thing. You're saying You're terrible women. All of you. Accusing innocent people.
We need to find out how Rochelle was infected.
Jeanette. We gotta stick together on this. No. You gotta trust me. They're gonna take away the kids. Jeanette!
Oh my God, get off of me!
Jeanette! Jeanette!
Now I remember why I hate working in the field.
How often would you say it is that you and your father have that kind of fight?
Like screaming and yelling and stuff. Once a week, maybe.
So this isn't anything out of the ordinary?
I might have been a little madder than usual.
Because he told you he didn't want you going out with Zane anymore.
Yes, because he doesn't know Zane. He just makes judgments based on how he's dressed and because he has his eyebrow pierced.
Okay, so you storm over to Zane's house, you tell him about the fight, you're still really angry. Then what happened?
I said something stupid, but I didn't mean it.
What did you say?
I said that sometimes I fantasize that...
Yes?
Sometimes I fantasize that my father died in an accident or something. And then I'd go to court and get myself declared an adult. You know, like, I don't know, some actor kid did it. And then I could live in his house and run my own life.
And what did Zane say about that?
He asked me how it happened in my fantasy. I said sometimes a car wreck or sometimes a robber would break in and shoot my father and take me hostage. Then later I'd get away and come home, but my father would be dead.
Then did you say, I have an idea. Why don't you pretend to be a robber and act out my fantasy and kill my father?
No.
Did you say anything like that?
No, never. But that must have given him the idea.
Objection, conjecture.
Sustained.
Did Zane tell you anything about any plans to come to your house that night?
No. He just showed up at my house with a gun and a ski mask and said, okay, let's do it.
And after he did that, did you say, great idea, and just go along with him?
No, I tried to stop him. I said I didn't mean it and don't hurt my dad, but he was like, he was crazy. He just grabbed me like he was a robber and he dragged me down the hall and I was screaming. And my father came running and Zane just shot him.
And after he shot your dad?
He grabbed my arm and said, come on, and I didn't know what to do, so I just ran.
Were you afraid of Zane? After he shot your dad?
Wouldn't you be?
Yes, I think I would be. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, we need to get more facts on the table so we can see where there might be room for some give and take.
Oh, she knows all about take. You'll have to show her give in the dictionary.
Tell me more about why you're getting a divorce.
I thought we were talking about Francis here.
Okay, let's talk about Francis. He started pulling his feathers out right after you started running around with that lettuce tramp. The vet said it was stress.
She's the produce manager.
Oh.
Are you telling me that you're seeing someone else?
Listen, ask him when he started seeing the lettuce tramp. Right after I started chemo. Can you believe it?
You are a chemotherapy patient.
Told you it looked real.
I didn't say it looked fake. I said it makes you look like an old woman.
When I first put it on, Francis looked at me and said, pretty.
Yeah, Francis says pretty when Ted Koppel comes on.
Okay. If I can just interject here. I've seen situations like this before. Couples getting older. One of them gets a life-threatening disease, and suddenly when they should be pulling together, they're at each other's throats. Sometimes this is stress caused by the fear of being alone.
I'm not going to be alone. I'm going to be with Francis.
No, I'm going to be with Francis.
No, I am.
No, I am.
Oh, stop.
His sexual target is now unavailable, and he may turn his attention to another child.
There's not a single indication the father is the abuser.
He refused to submit to a medical exam. That alone is enough to allow you to protect the other children.
Maxine's not often wrong about this sort of thing. I hope you won't hold that opinion against me.
Mr. Potter, what is the standard operating procedure in this situation?
The standard operating procedure would be removing the children.
Thank you. So what are you going to do instead?
I've sent Robert to interview the family babysitter and daycare. Kimberly, God help us, is talking to the extended family. I would like to talk to a few of Rochelle's friends.
And you think she might have confided in another child?
I think I have to look at every possibility until I come up with something stronger than conjecture. That's my standard operating procedure.
You're the caseworker. I'm merely here to observe.
So when Joanna described the robbery scenario to you, did she say it was a fantasy of hers?
No.
Did she mention a car wreck, a plane crash, or any other scenario?
No, it wasn't like that.
So lay it out for us. She had a fight with her father. She came storming over to your house?
No.
No?
She wasn't mad by the time she got to my house. She was all hyper. And right away, she said she had a plan. She knew how we could get her father out of the way, and she'd end up with all his money.
And this plan was the fake robbery?
Objection, leading.
Your Honor, in the interest of not being here all day.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yeah, she had it all worked out. I'd come over after they went to bed, I'd pretend to kidnap her, take her father's wallet, and shoot him on the way out. Then she'd pretend to get away and call the cops.
That's a lie.
Miss Bowden.
Why are you doing this? He's making this up.
You know I'm not.
Why are you doing this?
Okay, let's settle down. Ms. Willings.
Your Honor, I'd like to refer to Exhibits 1 and 2. Thank you. Zane, do you recognize this?
Yeah, it's a blow-up of a map I gave you.
And who gave the map to you?
Joanna.
Will you please tell the court what this is?
It's a floor plan of her house. She drew it for me so I could see how to get to her room and then her father's room because I hadn't been in the house except for the basement.
And what are these numbers on the side?
That's the alarm code in case her father turned on the alarm.
Your Honor, I'd also like to submit into evidence the forensics report on the note, which confirms, as stipulated, two sets of fingerprints belonging to Zane Hanley and Joanna Bowden.
You said you love me, liar!
Yeah, well, you said we'd get away with it.
Well, you're the one who blew it.
Me, I blew it?
You weren't supposed to miss.
Gregory Bolsevich, please stay. The rest of the class dismissed. You don't need a warrant or something? We're social workers, not cops. And his parents don't need to be present. No. We've cleared this with the police if you would like to check.
Gregory, my name is Maxine Gray. This is Sally Godwin, and we work for the government. Do you know what that means?
Am I in trouble?
No. We want to talk about Rochelle Cobbs.
I don't know her.
Gregory, that's not true. You live next door to her. You're friends with all the Cobbs. Why would you lie? Gregory, Rochelle is in the hospital.
Why? Did she say I heard her? Because I never heard her.
I thought you said you didn't know her.
Sally, we're worried that whatever it is that's making Rochelle sick might make the people around her sick too.
What kind of sick?
It's the kind of sick that people can get when they touch each other. Did you touch Rochelle? Did she touch you? Gregory?
She wanted to.
All right. I understand. It's going to be all right. Now, here's what I think. I think maybe someone touched you the way that you touched Rochelle. Is that true?
No. No.
Gregory, I need you to look at me. Please look at me. Gregory. All right. Who touched you the way that you touched Rochelle?
My stepfather.
Thank you.
I hope it's not too late.
For you, never. Is this a business call? Are you looking for dinner?
I just thought maybe we talk a little, huh?
If you came over just to give me a chance to gloat or to apologize for doubting me, it really wasn't necessary. I abandoned that pusillanimous crap ages ago.
Hey!
Sassy! You guys planned another wild night on the town?
Nah, not tonight. In fact, we have some bureaucratic nonsense to talk over, so.
Oh. I guess I'll eavesdrop from the stairs.
What is it, Sally?
Maxine, the way you handled the Cobbs case, I've gone through some of your files. You got some things here.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah. You, slammed a gas tank door on a boy's penis?
He was urinating in my car. Anyway, I went to anger management for that. Not to mention helping the boy find placement.
You once had a fellow DCF worker impersonate a cop.
We saved a boy from being beaten to death.
You insulted the lieutenant governor on the evening news and refused to apologize.
I'm kind of proud of that one.
A girl runs away from rehab boot camp. You send her back, and she commits suicide.
Sally, these are at-risk children. Some of them don't make it, you know that.
You take a girl out of her foster home, send her back to her abusive parents where she shoots and kills her stepfather.
What has happened to you?
To me? These are not minor events, Maxine. These are character quirks. These are bad judgment calls with enormous consequences.
And for every one of them, there are 100 children that I have kept from falling through the cracks. I have spent my life saving children. I didn't hide behind desks and degrees and politics. I built every one of the rungs on the ladder you're so busy climbing.
You know why I got out, Maxine? Because I wasn't willing to assume the hubris required to muck around in people's lives and maneuver them like they're chess pieces and, make up rules. Well, that's the only way you could get things done, you said. Well, I couldn't do it. I couldn't play God like that.
These children live in a godless place. Somebody has to fill the void. And in order to do that, you have to get your hands dirty. Not to mention your ridiculous designer shoes and your heritage pearls.
Well, that's a relief. After all this time, wondering if it was my success that you resented, wondering if that was the reason you stopped coming around.
Coming around? Coming around where? I can't keep up with you. You've got a different house, and a different job, a different title every 5 minutes. Your appetite for public recognition is insatiable. It always was. And the reason that you stopped doing this work is because you don't get awards for it, and you can't live like that.
Maxine, you held yourself back when you were married to Edward because you didn't want to out-succeed him.
Oh, for God's sake.
Which is pretty difficult to do considering what little ambition he had. You're marrying a billionaire now. You are safe to achieve. But you burned so many bridges, you don't have much of a career left.
God, I hope that's true. And if you want my present job, please take it, because I have tried to crawl out of this quagmire for years. But I am so irresponsible and ineffectual, they won't let me leave. And as far as your personal remarks are concerned, I just want to say, Sally, get the hell out of my house!
You forced my hand, Maxine.
Get out! Now!
Well, this must be the famous Frances. I guess you got my message.
Well, I don't see the point in hauling her over here. It's not like she can talk.
Well, he most certainly can talk.
Jane, he knows 3 words. Hello, pretty, and TV.
He also says dinner time.
She said dinner time once, 10 years ago, and you've been reliving it ever since.
Hello?
I hope you don't mind. I asked Donna to join us. We often ask her to help out when there's pets involved. You might have read about her or her colleagues. She's a pet psychic.
I have read about those, yes. So you can read the thoughts of animals?
Well, sort of. You could say that.
Oh, come on, that's a bunch of poppycock.
Listen, they can do anything nowadays.
She can't read animals' minds.
Hell, Arthur, they can make sheep from scratch.
Well, let's give Donna a chance and see how it goes.
Okay. Well, this bird is not a happy bird.
Are you sensing stress?
This bird's under a lot of stress.
Yeah, who isn't?
He feels Frances is concerned about someone's health issues. I believe yours. And some infidelity issues.
I think we've beaten that horse to death, don't you?
Oh, I don't know. Don't ask me. Ask him.
No, anything else, Donna?
Yes. Frances thinks all this divorce talk is really just. Let me get this straight. He thinks it's most likely a knee-jerk reaction to the fear of being alone.
That's what he said.
Well, Frances thinks that if people can stick together for the sake of their children, then the 3 of you can tough it out through anything. For the sake of the family.
I can do it if he can.
I'm only doing this for you. Frances.
I don't think any of you are on the edge of your seat wondering how I'm going to rule. The state has done a thorough job of proving its case, and I find Joanna Bowden delinquent as to all charges. Given the gravity of the offense, I am sentencing you to be committed to DCF with initial placement at the state training school until your 18th birthday, with a 3-year probation following that. You cannot imagine what you have put your father through. And I'm not talking about the fear or the physical pain or having to sit through this trial. You don't know what it's like to love a child. One day you're a normal, self-centered, pleasure-seeking individual, and then you become a parent and you realize that you would place yourself in front of the worst horrors imaginable just to keep that child safe. Your father asked you to stay away from Zane because he wanted to keep you safe. And while you're busy weeping because Zane turned on you, the person who loves you hired an attorney to defend you after you tried to take his life. I'd like you to think about that, and maybe that thought will pierce your apparently glacial heart, and someday you'll realize what you've done. Because if you don't realize it, I don't know what's going to happen to you in your adult life. But it won't be good. And it shouldn't be.
Gregory Bozovich has tested positive for genital warts, as has his stepfather.
The boy was reenacting his own abuse from Rochelle Cobbs?
I don't know. It might have been just an innocent game of doctor. Let's leave that up to the psychologists. The important thing is the adult abuser has been identified and charged.
You were right.
Miss Godwin. Nice to see you again.
May I have a moment to say goodbye to an old friend?
He's a good one, Sally. A very good one. Of course, a recommendation from me might not work in his favor.
Maxine, I admit it, you were right.
But?
But it looks like luck.
It isn't luck.
It looks like luck. The standard operating procedures exist so that luck doesn't play a part in it. And I wasn't the one filing this report. If it was someone who didn't know you...
I see.
But I do know you. I know you're the best social worker in the world. But it's only because I know you.
You weren't my friend.
But I am your friend.
I hope you'll come to my wedding.
Of course I will. Bye, Maxie.
Goodbye, Sally.
Mom, it's freezing out here.
Yes, it keeps people away.
Well, not me, right?
You may stay if you agree to look quietly at the stars.
Oh, look. There's the Big Dipper over there. And there it is over there. And over there. Don't they all look like the Big Dipper? Think anybody can actually see the constellations? I think the astronomers were making things up and just laughing their asses off.
Amy?
I don't like it when you get quiet and sit in the dark. Did you and Sally make up?
Oh, sure. It'll never be the same.
Why not?
Things were said. Damage was done, can't be undone.
Oh, sure it can. Time will take care of that.
I remember when I used to believe things like that. For a job that doesn't pay anything, it certainly has cost me a lot. I think you're right about the stars. I don't know whether to throw this away or contribute it to a museum.
You don't eat your breakfast. What's with the eye rolling?
Every morning you say the same thing.
Because every morning you dawdle.
Did you cut your hair?
Yeah. Do you like it?
No.
Eat your breakfast. Did Vincent call?
No.
Oh, it's weird that he hasn't called since he left.
He called when he got to San Francisco.
No, I know, but I mean he hasn't called to yak.
Perhaps he has bigger things on his mind than yakking.
Hi. We can't stay long. I just came for that letter.
Which I forgot. But I will write it today, I swear.
His interview is this morning.
Amy is writing a letter of recommendation for Ned's preschool.
There are over 300 applicants for 12 spots. We had to do something to make him stand out. And look, I bought him this nice bright shirt so that they'd remember him, and his sippy cup leaked chocolate milk all over it.
Oh, Jillian, it's preschool. They learn how to not eat paste.
It's not just any preschool, it's Stoppard. They're the feeder school for town and country, without which he will never get into Chandler. Don't you see what this means?
Yes. One day he'll be explaining to a parole board that it all started with a defective sippy cup.
Jillian, have them call me. I'll say something nice. Something smart. Something Ivy League-y.
Okay. You know, it'll only make matters worse if we're late. Goodbye.
All right, Lauren, brush your teeth.
But I'm not.
Tell me I never said the words sippy cup while on the verge of tears.
No, I would have remembered that. But you were an averagely nervous young mother, so try and understand what she's going through.
Why are you picking on me?
Vincent's gone. I have to pick on somebody.
So we found this kid wandering down the highway wearing a big T-shirt and not much else and high on something other than life.
Detective, can you be more specific, if not actually professional?
It was a Hello Kitty T-shirt. What can I tell you? No ID. I couldn't get anything coherent out of her. She looked about 14, maybe 16, but definitely juvenile, so I called you.
Is she talking at all?
No, not really. You'll see. Mister, somebody here to see you.
Hello. I'm Maxine Gray with the Department of Children and Families. Can you tell me your name?
Hi.
Yes, go ahead.
I am B-R-O-G-L-I-O.
That's what she does. She spells. Nonsense words.
Embroglio. Noun. An intricate or difficult situation, usually in a novel or drama.
You don't say. Well, look. Here's everything she spelled since I got here. Maybe you can figure out who she is.
But aren't you supposed to help me do that?
Me? An unprofessional cop with a lousy vocabulary?
That's funny. I'm telling you, when I took him to the hole and dunked on him, I can't mess with him.
You know what? I gotta go. See you later.
No problem.
Good
All
seeing
right,
you.
good seeing you.
Hey.
Who was that?
A friend. Where's your hair?
Where's yours? Answer the question.
We used to be engaged. It didn't work out. What's your real question?
I don't have a real question.
Good.
I mean, if you were a girlfriend, I might ask you if your mystery friend was single, but you're not a girlfriend, so that's not appropriate.
No, it's not.
Why not?
I have 3 rules. I don't lend money, I don't touch lettuce, and I don't fix people up.
You don't touch lettuce?
It's cold, it's wet, it squeaks. I don't have to explain.
You have a lot more than 3 rules.
Those are the top 3.
What about your friend?
He's not available.
I got them from this guy I know. So they were sleeping pills. I've been having trouble sleeping.
The doctor tells me they were morphine-based painkillers. And you took quite a few.
They were supposed to be sleeping pills.
Why do you think you've been having trouble sleeping?
You feeling better?
I can explain.
I certainly hope so.
You must be Alice Jane's father. I'm Maxine Gray with the Department of Children and Families. Detective Leon, who found her, called me.
I appreciate you sitting with her until I got here. I'm going to find a doctor so I can get you out of here.
Mr. Kovac, perhaps we could talk for a moment.
Like I said, I appreciate you sitting with her until I got here.
Mr. and Mrs. Granson. Separated in June, and the agreement for joint custody mediated by this court is working out fine, correct?
The Gransons both teach at Wesleyan. They live in the same apartment, and they even carpool to work. It's very amicable.
My client wants a cease and desist, Your Honor.
From working things out in an amicable fashion?
From specialists, Your Honor. From all the damned poking and prodding. I want them to leave my little girl alone.
Paul, it's speech pathology. They don't poke and prod.
No? They just invent a disability that they can cure for $300 an hour.
Well, I don't see anything about a disability.
The child was diagnosed by specialists as demonstrating a serious speech delay, Your Honor. She's 26 months old and doesn't speak.
Can we consider the possibility that she just doesn't have anything to say? Einstein didn't speak until he was 4 years old. He did okay without anyone dragging him to see a specialist.
Your Honor, my client is simply trying to follow the advice of 2 developmental pediatricians who have both recommended an intensive course of therapy.
Okay. I'm gonna need some time to look at the doctor's report, so why don't we meet back here tomorrow morning at
11:15.
11:15. Thank you.
I see you like the green block, Ned.
Does that have any significance? As opposed to other colors, I mean. Like, say, kids who are advanced for their age choose a certain color.
Ned, is there some reason why you like the green block better than the other colors?
He's usually very talkative. I mean, not too talkative. I should probably mention that he's adopted. Obviously, he's adopted. Except that my husband could be black, but he isn't. Not that it would make any difference if he were. I dated a black man in college. I mean, African American, but he was black when we dated. Just a few times, platonically. Not that there would have been anything wrong if we'd had a serious relationship.
How would you describe Ned's sensory threshold?
Oh, I would say good. Very good. Maybe even excellent.
So he tolerates a lot of commotion?
Oh, yes. He's very tolerant. He loves commotion. A certain kind of commotion. The kind that you have here.
How is Ned with separation?
Oh, he's very good about it. I mean, that's not to say that we're not bonded. We are very bonded. Within the normal bonding boundaries. We also separate well.
Your Honor, Mrs. Mattingly was observed on several occasions breastfeeding her son in public. Complaints were filed, the police were called, and the child was placed in DCF custody.
Wait a minute. Since when is breastfeeding in public a crime?
Did I fail to mention that the child in question is 6 years old?
We're talking about a normal 6-year-old?
As normal as a 6-year-old can be when his mother is still breastfeeding him.
Your Honor, the benefits of breastfeeding have been proven beyond debate, including protection against allergies.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're not going to start back in the primordial ooze. The question before this court is the appropriateness of breastfeeding a 6-year-old.
We think Your Honor will agree with the state that this is just a little too happy of a meal. I'm sorry.
I guess Mr. Harcourt thinks this is a joke, Your Honor. I guess he'll think it's funny when the child's immune system is destroyed, or he ends up in a nut house after being ripped from his mother's breasts by men with guns.
Oh, okay. Let's tone down the rhetoric, shall we?
As Your Honor's no doubt aware, children in other countries are routinely breastfed until they're at least 3 years old, and often well beyond that.
As Your Honor is no doubt aware, if I had a 6-year-old sucking on some portion of my anatomy and called it a bonding experience, I'd be arrested.
Your Honor!
Counsel, approach the bench. Mr. Harcourt, you are going to be arrested right now if you don't knock it off. What is your problem?
Your Honor, my desk is piled up like Who Shot Dick with cases that'll rip your guts out. Frankly, I never thought this one would go to trial, so I'm just a little impatient to get to the point where you tell her this is nonsense and we move on to something that matters.
You save it. I am the only one in a position to decide what goes on my docket and what pace we go at, Mr. Harcourt. And it just so happens I'm not in a lovely mood today. So both of you better start acting like professionals because it would not take much for me to start throwing people's butts in jail. You got it? Good. Sit down.
Can we talk about this word, normal? I mean, we have this narrow range of behavior that we define as normal, and once a kid steps outside of that range, we medicate her, or we drag her to therapists, and they invent a disability.
So you don't consider it a problem that your daughter doesn't speak?
Gerard de Nerval, the great French poet, used to walk a lobster around Paris on a leash. Was that normal?
Nerval hung himself from a lamppost.
That's beside the point.
No. That is the point. Abnormal behavior is a sign that something is wrong.
We used to have room in society for eccentricity, for idiosyncrasy. Now we all have to be the same. We all line up for coffee like Pavlov's dogs every time we see a green awning. It's ridiculous.
And what does this have to do with your daughter's problem?
I want Nicole to be able to develop at her own pace. Maybe she just doesn't have anything to say yet. Your Honor, once my child is labeled abnormal, that's going to be with her for life.
Deliquesce, verb, to melt away or disappear as if by melting.
Deliquesce. D-E-L-E-Q-U-E-S-C-E.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Thank you, Ms. Magnuson. Now, Ms. Alice Jane Kovac. The word is exegesis. Noun, a critical explanation of a text.
Exegesis. E-X-E. G-E-S-I-S. Exegesis.
That is correct.
Can we find a new ethnicity of fast food? I'm about chow mein out.
How is he unavailable?
What?
Your friend.
Larry?
Larry. Married, gay, seeing a 22-year-old?
I thought you were seeing someone.
It didn't work out.
Married, gay, or Stu Collins?
Is it impossible to keep a secret from you?
Yes.
Well, I can explain.
Please don't.
I'm not going to hear you talk garbage about Stu Collins while you're holding out on me with a good-looking friend. Just tell me what his deal is.
His deal is his business. And I told you,
I
I
know.
just...
You don't touch lettuce. Fine, forget it. Excuse me for taking the initiative. I'm cranky. I'm gay, I admit it. I don't have a boyfriend. My brother moved away. It would be nice to have a little diversion, but that's okay. I'll just get fat and get a lot of cats.
Tell you what, I'm having dinner with him tonight. Why don't you join us?
What about your rule?
It might be a good time to make an exception.
Kovac? Sister Kovac, Maxine Gray. We met at the hospital. I did my homework and discovered that Alice Jane is a spelling champion. I thought I'd come and see her in action. You were very impressive. You must be feeling a lot better.
Get in the car. What do you want?
I want to make sure your daughter's all right. In fact, I would like to come by your home for a follow-up visit.
She's fine. She doesn't need a visit.
Are you aware that when she was delusional in the hospital, all she did was spell words?
Lady, my daughter is fine. Leave her alone.
Children who are fine do not swallow handfuls of narcotics, nor do they look as if they're about to pass out because they're not sure how to spell the word exegesis. In my personal experience. Perhaps I could follow you to your home.
No, you may not.
I'm unclear as to how the tree destroyed the TV without hurting the roof. Did the tree come in through the window, or was it one hell of a houseplant? I'm gonna have to call you back. Jillian, what's wrong?
Those cowards. They didn't even call me. They sent a fax.
You didn't get in. Did they say why?
Too many kids, not enough space, blah, blah, blah.
Well, honey, we knew the odds going in.
Yes, they said they would take 12. Well, I want to see those 12. I want to know what makes them better than Ned.
Look, it's not the end of the world.
I want to know if they were all just whiter than Ned.
Thank you.
Ah, yes, the delightful Mr. Kovac.
You know Mr. Kovac?
Who do you think wrote War and Peace? I've been dealing with him forever.
Well, can you save me some time and give me the highlights?
Sure. He's a nut.
What do you know about his daughters?
Well, he yanked him out of school a few years back to do the homeschooling thing. Now all three of them are nationally ranked spelling bee champs. So he must be doing something right.
Perhaps. If you judge by spelling bee trophies. The girls didn't look very happy. Is there a Mrs. Kovac?
She disappeared when the girls were young. Claims she ran off. It might have been her only option.
Did I mention that the girls didn't look very happy?
Did I mention I've already been around the block on this one? I've talked to teachers, I've talked to school nurses, I've talked to neighbors. The guy's a loon, but he never does anything you can pin on him. You're wasting your time.
So you don't think it's crazy that your wife is still breastfeeding your 6-year-old son?
Objection.
Sustained. Counsel rephrase.
You don't have a problem with it?
It's unusual, but I wouldn't say crazy.
Do you approve of it?
Tell him about the child-led weaning.
Mrs. Mattingly, you'll have your turn.
My wife believes in child-led weaning.
What does that mean?
It means that the child will let you know when he doesn't want to breastfeed anymore.
Mrs. Mattingly, sit down and don't speak again until I tell you it's okay.
Well, what happens when Junior is 18 and he still thinks it's a great idea?
I don't know.
Your Honor, that is just a silly question.
Counsel, where's the child?
Well, we saw no need to subject him to this, Your Honor.
Well, I do. What time will they have the child here tomorrow, Mr. Van Exel?
10:30.
Good. I'll see everyone at 10:30 in my chambers. No one speak until then. Hey there. Andrew, do you know why you're here today?
If I talk to you, the police might let me go home and live with my mom again.
And do you know why the police took you away from home?
They wanted my mom to stop feeding me, and she wouldn't.
Right. Well, some people are concerned about the way that she's feeding you. When you're at school, what do you eat for lunch?
My mom packs me a sandwich and some milk in a thermos.
Breast milk?
It's the only kind I like.
Andrew, do you have any other friends whose mothers still breastfeed them?
No,
Do they tease you?
sometimes.
How does that make you feel? Hey, Andrew, I really need to know. How do you feel about your mom breastfeeding you?
My mom says it's her favorite time of day.
What about you? Is it your favorite time of day?
No, I like recess.
As you saw in the reports, the doctors have ruled out autism, cerebral palsy, hearing problems, and they say she shows no sign of retardation.
And what does that leave?
A developmental language disorder which could be corrected with speech therapy.
Didn't the doctors mention another possibility?
Elective mutism.
Which means the child chooses not to speak even though there is nothing wrong.
Yes, they say that's possible.
Well, isn't there some way for the doctors to determine the differences between the two possible conditions?
No, they say there's no way to tell at this age, but the therapy might help. I don't see how it could hurt. I used to agree with Paul. I used to think that giving my child a conventional life would be the worst thing that I could do for her. But that was when I was pregnant, and the child that we're talking about was hypothetical. Now I can look at my daughter's face, and I see her pain and frustration. I just want her to be able to go to preschool and finger paint with the other kids her age. How can that be a bad thing for me to want?
Okay, we're here.
No, don't be obvious. In fact, it wouldn't hurt if you said that you'd asked me to come along, because this isn't a restaurant, it's a church.
Yes, it is.
Why are we here?
This is where Larry and I are having dinner. It's a potluck thank you dinner for the people that volunteer hours for the food bank.
Well, why didn't you tell me it was a church thing?
You didn't ask.
Oh, no, you do this on purpose. You thought I would like him if I knew he was a church friend. Well, look, just because I don't go to church doesn't mean I'm a godless heathen.
Hey, Bruce!
Hey. I got your message. It's nice to see you again. So you must be Judge Gray.
Amy Gray, meet Larry Montoya.
It's nice to finally meet you. I've been hearing about you for a long time.
Oh, really?
Father Larry?
Excuse me, I have to go pretend to care about the liturgical committee. I'll be back.
You think you're cute, don't you?
I am cute. Here you go. We're on the setup committee, so set up.
Now, I know you all think I'm Ebenezer Scrooge's stingier cousin, but I want you to look at these numbers. $375 last month on legal pads. Everybody thinks a legal pad's no big deal, but if everybody takes one legal pad home, then what have we got?
Illegal pads.
See, this isn't funny.
The problem is that certain people have a key to the supply cabinet and others don't, but we all get blamed. Either everyone should have a key or no one should have a key.
Does it trouble no one that our desks are piled high with child abuse allegations we don't have time to verify because we are fretting about legal pads and paper clips?
Paper clips. Glad you reminded me. Does anyone have any idea what a case of paper clips goes for? Huh? And we all get upset when we hear about NASA's $2,000 potty seats, but it's just a different form of what goes on here. This is government waste, plain and simple. Maxine, you've not been excused.
Alice Jane?
Please don't make me go back there.
All parties are present in the matter of Andrew Mattingly. This is not complicated, folks. Mrs. Mattingly is forcing the family to go along with a practice that clearly makes them uncomfortable. It's one of those cases where the craziest person in the room runs the room because everybody else is walking around on eggshells.
Can a judge call me crazy like that?
I can't really believe it's necessary for me to put on a black robe and sit behind a big desk to say it's a bad idea to breastfeed a 6-year-old boy, but for some reason it is, so here goes. It's a bad idea to breastfeed a 6-year-old boy in America in the year 2001. Now, I don't care what anyone does in other countries or what anybody did 100 years ago because I don't live there and neither do you. Any questions? Good. We're dismissed.
I don't think she's allowed to call me crazy.
Yes, actually, she is. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We cannot send her back to that man.
I told you, I've been through the ringer with this guy. There's nothing we can point to. Making your child learn how to spell every word in the dictionary is not illegal. Making her wear gray flannel is not illegal.
It's psychological abuse.
But it's not illegal. Maxine, this is just one of those bad cases where there isn't anything we can do. It's not our fault.
Well, that'll be a big consolation the next time Alice Jane swallows a fistful of pills.
I left a message on Mr. Kovac's answering machine and told him Alice Jane was here.
Why didn't you just drive her home so that he can start to abuse her again even sooner?
Thank you, Robert.
Well, forgive me if I'm not ready to run my panties up the flagpole just yet.
Look, if you can find a legal way to keep her, I am all for it. I just don't see it.
Okay, in the matter of...
Before you speak.
I'm already speaking. In the matter of Nicole Granson, sit down, Mr. Granson. Look, when I'm not here being a judge, I'm at home being a mother. So I have a pretty good idea of how these things work. I know what it's like to have to separate in your mind and in reality the hypothetical child you envisioned before she was born from the reality of who she is. Now, no one likes to admit that there may be something wrong with their child, especially not in this situation with the two of you being academicians with very high intellectual ambitions. The way I see it, Mr. Granson is not ready to give up the way he'd envisioned raising a child, and that's understandable. I mean, we all have dreams for our children. And dreams die hard, and when they do, it hurts. Mr. Granson, you had a vision of the future, and you're still there. It's a dangerous place to be, so I have to bring you back. The reality is that your child is having a hard time, and it's my job to make things a little easier for her, and by extension, for you. So I order that you continue the therapy for 3 months, and then we'll take a look and see where things stand. That's all.
Now may I speak?
If you want to. I don't believe you called me. I mean, what am I supposed to call him? I'm not Catholic. Do I have to call him? Oh, hi, hold on a minute.
Hey, this is Bruce. Judge Gray's returning a call. Okay.
Hi. Yeah, well, I got your message, so I thought. Oh, really? Yeah, that would be nice. Today. Sure, yeah, I could juggle some things, but I could do that. Okay, I'll see you there at 1. Bye. He asked me to lunch. Why?
He asked you to lunch because he's hungry, and he doesn't want to eat alone.
Why me?
I have no idea.
So it's not like flirting.
No, it's not like flirting.
Because priests don't flirt.
Not if they like their jobs.
So, priests, we're talking nada. Not even heavy petting. Light petting.
Do I look like I want to have this conversation with you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they changed the fish on Friday thing.
This is not like the fish thing.
Bruce, I don't want to have lunch with a priest. Come with me!
I was hoping you could give me some insight as to why Ned wasn't accepted.
Well, Mrs. Gray, as I explained to you, we had a record number of applicants, and unfortunately...
I know. You could only take 12. I just wanted to know who the 12 were and what made them better than my son.
It's really not that simple.
Mrs. Livingston, I'm going to have to try and get Ned into another school, and if he's doing something to hurt his chances, I need to know what it is.
Well, to be perfectly frank, there's nothing wrong with Ned. He's a delightful child, and we'd love to have him at our school.
You would?
He's bright and alert, and obviously he'd help with our minority quota. The problem is, we're very big on parental involvement here.
Oh, I would absolutely be involved.
Yes, well, the problem is, I feel that you're a little too high-strung. I'm not sure you'd fit in here.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I can be calm. I can be low key. Maybe I just need different circumstances. I could lay off the caffeine on days that I had to do school things. I swear. If you let him in, I will be any way that you want me to be. Especially calm.
I'm sorry. We've already made our decision.
Here you are.
I like your shirt. It's good they don't make you wear the uniform all the time. I mean, the priest shirt. What do I mean?
The clerics.
Right. You know what? I'm turning myself into an idiot, so you should just tell me why we're having lunch.
Because you're a judge.
Oh, good.
So, you know there's a chaplain who counsels kids in juvenile detention. More specifically at Long Lane.
Father Matheson?
Right. And he's retiring, and I'd like to replace him. So I thought if I could convince you over lunch that I am a decent guy in a nice shirt, you might recommend me.
Sure. Why would you want that job?
Why do you want yours?
Some days I don't. But I mean, you already have a hell of a day job. I don't mean to trivialize hell.
I'm a workaholic, okay? I don't want to spend my nights dining with parishioners, going to boring committee meetings, and God forbid, watching Friends reruns while contemplating another 30 or 40 years of celibacy. And frankly, I think I'd be good at it. That's the truest answer I can give you.
Okay. I like that answer.
And since I'm in a confessional mood, no pun intended, I had another reason for asking you to lunch.
Really?
I hope this doesn't sound too, forward. But Bruce mentioned you've been going through a rough time with your brother moving and your best friend dying last year. I thought you could use someone to talk to.
Look, I don't know what Bruce told you, but I'm pretty committed about being confused about religion.
No, I respect that. I really was just talking about, you know, talking. You say something, I listen.
And why would you want to do that?
Because I'm good at it.
Well, I appreciate your concern, but I'm really fine.
Alice Jane, here's my card in case you ever need anything.
Sorry for the trouble. It won't happen again.
Alice Jane. Just one more thing. I just want to be sure you understand something. Running away from home is not a minor thing. We take it very seriously when children run away from home.
Don't you worry. She's going to take it seriously.
In fact, if you do it again, we are going to be forced to declare you an habitual runaway. That has grave consequences. We'd have to take you away and place you in a foster home. Do you understand? Go on home then.
Julian. What's wrong? Where are Mom and Lauren? They went to the store to get some notebook paper for Lauren's homework. Well, why are you here? And crying? Because I can't go home and face Ned and Peter. I've let them down. What are you talking about? He didn't get into Stoppard. I thought that maybe it was like a racial thing. But I guess somehow in the interview I gave the impression of being high-strung. And they don't feel that I'll fit in with the other parents. I told the woman that I could be calm, but she wouldn't listen, and by the time I left, I was very not calm.
Well, there are other schools.
Stoppard is the best.
So he'll go to second best.
You don't understand. He's adopted. It's not like that ever slips my mind. I'm raising someone else's child because I thought I could give him a better life. That was my promise, Amy. My promise. And I've already broken it.
Jillian, look. This perfect life that you're trying to provide, I had it. I went to all the best schools. I had all the advantages, and look at me. My life is a mess.
No, you're just saying that.
No, Jillian, my life is a mess. Yeah, I have a great job, but it's not always rewarding. Sometimes it's downright silly. I'm divorced. I can't seem to hold on to a boyfriend for more than 3 weeks. My little brother moved away, so I have no one to complain to. You can't control life. It's like water seeking its own level. Life wants to be a mess. Don't ask me why.
I just love him so much. I know.
And that's why it's impossible for you to ruin his life.
Oh, God. Look what time it is. I told the sitter she could leave a half hour ago. Thank you, Amy. If I forget all this, will you tell it to me again?
Whenever you want.
Hello, when you call me back, will you tell me what I'm supposed to call you? This is Judge Gray. You can call me Amy. I guess I'm having second thoughts, about that talking thing. You know, I talk, somebody listens, I magically feel better. Especially that last part.
Coming up next on TNT's Prime Time in the Daytime, Briscoe and Logan try to prove an unethical doctor guilty of murder. Don't miss the drama of Law and Order next.
I don't suppose I can get a salad here.
They have salads over there in those little boxes, see? But you won't get a toy. You never get a toy when you eat a salad.
One of life's many lessons.
Welcome to Giggle Burger. Can I take your order?
It's Cousin Kyle.
Yes, it is.
You work at Giggle Burger? Wow.
Well, someone said I needed to be self-sufficient and free of encumbrances. What can I get you ladies?
I'd like a cheeseburger buddy meal with an orange soda.
Maxine?
A cup of coffee.
Fine. I will just press the little pictures of what you want, and Mr. Register will tell me how much to ask for. $6.23.
Would you like a cherry pie?
Mr. Register is also prompting me to ask if I can strong-arm you into a cherry pie.
No, thank you.
Mr. Register is telling me to fork over $3.77, and we always do what Mr. Register tells us to. I'll get your food.
What did I tell you about not following the customer interface script?
You said it was a bad thing.
Darn right it's a bad thing, and I just heard you not following it. A thing like that impacts this unit's service uniformity rating, and I won't let that happen. Not on my watch.
Desmond, just let me get the little girl her hamburger and choking hazard.
I think you'd better get back to monitoring the frying medium. You're not ready for the front lines.
Okay, Desmond. You're the boss.
Thank you for coming to Giggle Burger.
You're welcome. Can I put my doll on the ice cube tray with some water and put her in the freezer?
Why?
To see what happens.
Not the ice cube tray. Maybe a plastic cup.
Okay.
Don't you like that doll?
It was free. It came in my buddy meal from Giggle Burger.
Oh, my, don't take her there. It's all ground up with styrofoam.
Cousin Kyle works there
Where?
at Giggle Burger.
Kyle is working at Giggle Burger? How the mighty have fallen.
Don't gloat.
I'm not gloating. I'm making an observation.
An observation laced with gloat. I doubt if he's going to commit his life to the food service industry, but he has to make money for the first time, and the options are limited.
I bet Uncle Richard slipped him a gold card.
If he had, Kyle would not be working at Giggle Burger. This is a brave new world for him.
Yeah, I'll say. Hey, Lauren, put your doll in the freezer. Get your school bag. So when's it supposed to happen?
What?
Prodigal move-in.
Kyle is bringing his things over this evening.
Where are you going to put him? In the garage, I hope.
He can stay in the sewing room.
In Vincent's room?
Oh, Amy, don't act like a lesser Bronte sister. It's not Vincent's room. He moved out when he was 18, and he stayed out, I might add. You're the one who booked a second reservation.
Okay, well, if you put him in the sewing room, where are you going to do your sewing?
Oh, I never thought of that. I'm going to have to put those new slip covers on hold.
You know what you're doing, don't you?
I'm helping a member of our family.
You are helping a part of the family that wanted nothing to do with us for a very long time.
I didn't realize family loyalty had a shelf life.
When I grow up, I hope I can work at Giggle Burger.
In the matter of Gordon Newhouse, what we need to do is get Gordon back in school, and that's what's going to happen tomorrow morning. 6 months supervision, a condition of which is there be no unexcused absences.
What about my constitutional rights?
Gordon, I'm a big booster of the Constitution. Ask anyone. But your constitutional rights do not cover you for cutting school, hopping a train to New York, and auditioning for a Broadway musical.
You are condemning me to regional theater.
Would you like something more dramatic than supervision?
Thank you, Judge Gray.
Next.
There's no people like show people.
Oh, I know people I know.
You need a recess?
How's it going? I'm in the zone.
Oh, excuse me. Hello, Maxine. Hello, Shelley. I know DCF always shows up on these calls, but I wasn't expecting you.
Luck of the draw.
It's good to see you. Under the circumstances.
What happened here?
Section of the water main broke, undermining part of the wall. DPW started repairs when they found the skeleton.
Under the wall?
Under the wall.
What about the people who live in this house?
The Loomis sisters. They don't know anything about this.
Really? What do we know?
Well, we have the skeletal remains of what appears to be an infant. The right arm appears to be broken, but that could have happened when they started digging. We won't know for sure about that, or the sex, or the age, until the ME makes an examination. But we do know the remains have been underground for a good long time.
How do you know that?
Well, look at the wall. It's been here a while.
Do we have any idea when the wall was built?
November 26th, 1963. They started it before President Kennedy was killed, and then they couldn't finish it until after the funeral. Was it a child or a baby? Can you tell?
It appears to be an infant. My name is Maxine Gray. I'm with the Department of Children and Families. I assume you've met Detective Tran?
I'm Celia Loomis, and these are my sisters Allison and Violet.
How long have you lived in this house?
Oh, our father built the house in 1931. Allison was born in our parents' bedroom upstairs.
Do any of you have any idea who this baby might be, or who had access to your property during that week of November?
No.
What about the workers who put up the wall?
The wall was built by a man named Mr. Carone and his 2 sons. Well, Mr. Carone is dead. We don't know about his sons.
How long will it be before you could clear all this away? I'm sure you understand we'd like to get everything back to normal as quickly as possible.
Carlton Bates is accused of stealing a car and, while intoxicated, driving that car into a group of people, causing the death of 3 of them. Mr. Clark, what are the state's intentions?
Your Honor, the state has been made aware of facts that complicate the situation.
Complicated in what way?
Judge Gray, we feel there is cause for you to recuse yourself. There might be the appearance of impropriety.
Has this defendant previously appeared before me?
No, Your Honor.
Then what kind of impropriety are we talking about here?
You don't know the defendant, Judge Gray. You know the victims.
You're referring to Albert Penny, Michael Grunwald, and Cooper Deakins?
Yes, Your Honor.
Penny Grunwald Deakins. Penny Grunwald Deakins. I don't seem to...
They appeared before you and you sentenced them.
I did?
Yes, Your Honor. Records show you sentenced them separately to the Connecticut Alternative to Incarceration Program. They were performing community service, cleaning up a shoulder on a stretch of county road.
That's how they came to be there when Mr. Bates crashed the stolen car into them.
Oh, well, you're right. I shouldn't hear this case. Mr. Van Exel.
Yes, Judge Gray.
Recess.
15-minute recess.
Help me find them.
Defense did that already. You didn't have to recuse yourself, not on these grounds.
I know that.
Then why did you?
Deakins, malicious mischief, destruction of public property, Grunwald, probation violation, 3rd violation, Penny, public intoxication, 2nd offense. I don't remember them. Do you remember them?
No, I don't remember them.
Did you look?
I looked. Offenses like this, kids like these, they're the volume business around here. You know that.
I know, but look at the dates. It's all within the last 3 months. I should be able to remember back that far.
If you remembered anything, it'd be the cases, not their names or what they look like. They were in the room with you 15 minutes tops, probably less.
I should be able to remember 3 kids I sentenced less than 3 months ago.
Judge Gray, that's dangerously close to saying you should have known what would happen to them.
I want to know more about the program.
The AIC.
Yeah, the Alternative to Incarceration Center. I want to know if there's been any other problems. I want to know what steps they take to keep these kids safe. I want to talk to somebody responsible. And if there's anything wrong with the program, steps must be taken, actions initiated.
There's nothing wrong with the program.
How do you know that for sure?
I'm the one who brought the program to Your Honor's attention. You were unaware of it until I told you. I guess you didn't remember that either. I get the program director on the phone. Back in 8. The docket's pretty full.
The Loomis sisters are what they used to call spinsters.
Oh, I suppose it's an improvement over old maids.
Well, their father died in Germany during the war. They stayed with their mother until she died in '92. Now they live on a collection of pensions and insurance policies, minding their own business, keeping their lawn trimmed.
And they don't have a clue how a baby came to be buried in their backyard 38 years ago.
We'll learn all about that now thanks to the broken water main. Well, this is one less thing for you since this isn't a DCF matter anymore.
No, it's not.
Well, I better get going.
Yes.
Talk soon.
Of course. Shelley, you're right. Without other children involved, this is no longer a DCF matter, but do you mind if I keep my Orion?
Maxine, you're welcome to ride shotgun on whatever I do. Why this one?
When you do something like that, you're trying to bury much more than a body. And I don't understand how a person can do that.
Well, you and I do have this sort of estrogen rush hour deal going.
Personally, I think it's a little more Hope and Crosby.
What?
Never mind.
Come with me when I talk to them.
Thank you.
The state is seeking custody of 2-year-old Zach Cathcart. I have a petition against Mr. and Mrs. Roger Cathcart charging neglect and endangerment of their son. Mr. Petrie, begin the process, please.
Your Honor, on the 15th of last month, Mr. and Mrs. Cathcart took their toddler son, Zach, to the Criskin Skydiving School located at the Groton, New London Airport, where the baby was taken on board a small plane. The airplane containing the Cathcarts took off, and after achieving an altitude of 12,000 feet, Mr. Cathcart, his baby strapped to his chest, jumped from the aircraft and parachuted back to Earth.
Would I be correct to assume there was no pressing need to exit the aircraft in that fashion?
You would be correct, Your Honor. They did it for fun. Mrs. Cathcart jumped as well, carrying a video camera with which she photographed the abuse of her son.
I object to the portrayal of a recognized sport as abuse, Your Honor.
The state doesn't challenge the right of adults to jump out of airplanes whenever the fancy strikes them. But when a child of 2 is tossed into the sky 2 miles up, abuse hardly seems adequate description.
He wasn't tossed. No one was tossed.
Mr. Cathcart, this is not the part where you speak. Mr. Petrie?
Your Honor, the state feels at the very least that the Cathcart should be prevented from endangering Zach in this manner. And lacking assurances of that, more severe action should be taken to protect the minor child.
Mr. Bradshaw?
Judge Gray, Roger and Elaine Cathcart are loving and caring parents who wish to share their active life with their son and instill in him what they hope will be a lifelong appreciation of all manner of physical challenge. Now, while amateurs, they are not novices, and they take all appropriate safety measures whenever they involve their son in their activities.
There have been other incidents?
Incidents has a rather pejorative cast to it, Your Honor. I'd prefer the word adventures.
How many adventures are we talking about here?
The state has restricted itself to the skydiving afternoon.
Well, that's fine for the state, but I'm still curious.
The Cathcarts have enjoyed activities such as rock climbing, hang gliding, river rafting, all of which I'm sure Your Honor would agree are healthy and character building. The Cathcarts welcome this opportunity to explain their choices to the court.
And the court is anxious to hear them, which will happen tomorrow at 10:30, 45.
11.
At 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't hit me with the phone shovel.
This is a very special shovel.
It is a beautiful shovel.
So I'm going to hit you in the head.
Not with the head, not in the head, not in the head.
I put one of these in the freezer today.
Yeah? What happened?
It froze.
I used to do that with my army men.
Really?
Great minds think alike.
Hello. Hi, Mommy. Cousin Kyle's here.
Yeah, so I see. Kyle.
Amy?
3 suitcases, 1 backpack, and 2 boxes. Is that all he brought?
It's a short-term arrangement, Peter.
Okay. Is that all he has?
Awful lot of stuff on the stairs. I don't know where I think he's gonna put it all.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Julian.
I was just saying that I thought he'd have more, you know, considering.
Considering what?
Considering what he's used to.
Well, he's going to have to get used to something very different now.
Bad chance of that.
You don't believe people can change?
Well, no. I think you can take the boy off the polo pony, but you can't take the polo pony out from under the boy.
Well, I see your point.
Peter, grab something besides your son. Help me.
Amy,
I think it's a bad idea, Kyle, moving in.
moving in or moving into Vincent's room?
Moving in. If he's supposed to be making it on his own, if those are the conditions, then he should make it on his own.
Those are the conditions. That doesn't mean that he has to be alone. You could make things a good deal more pleasant for everyone involved by giving your cousin a few inches of slack.
He's had a lifetime of slack.
Well, you haven't exactly been the poor little match girl yourself.
I can't help but notice that you are always defending him.
Because you are always attacking. Frankly, I find your reaction grossly disproportionate.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's enough. Amy, any more parsley, it'll look like a pudding green.
I just got to tell you, Peter, my personal experience, and that's all I have to go on, is that the Jaguar has taken a lot of unnecessary flack. Okay, for a long time, when it was just the Brits making it, it was for people who liked the mystery of not knowing whether their car was going to start on any particular morning. But that's just not the case anymore. I mean, it's got a lot more going on in terms of design and muscle than you would think. Something I never thought I'd say. I mean, it's a dad's sports car, but I was really impressed by what it could do. You should look into it, Peter.
Well, you know, the sort of car we need is more...
It's not about needing. It's about wanting. Nobody needs a Jag. That's the point. That's the reason they make the things.
Mommy?
You have to remember that your car
I'll be back in a few minutes, sweetie.
It's your social carapace. It's the plumage that tells the world your place in the pack. Are you an alpha male or just another litter mate in a minivan? And it can mark you for life. I know more than one poor soul still trying to live down the wrong graduation gift from the folks.
Mr. Cathcart, when you jump with Zach, how do you secure him to you?
We have a special rig. It's adapted from the harness the Coast Guard uses for helicopter rescues, and it's tested up to 800 pounds.
How many free falls have you done?
83. And my wife has 70 jumps.
Mr. Cathcart, does your son enjoy skydiving with you?
I believe he does. I mean, he gets very excited every time we tell him that we're going up, and he's one big smile when we land. And every time he sees an airplane flying over, he reaches for it. He reaches for the sky. We think it's great.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Mr. Petrie?
Mr. Cathcart, how many people were killed in skydiving accidents last year?
Fewer, I think, than were killed walking across the street in front of this building.
Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Cathcart, if you have the information, answer the question properly.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't know how many.
Sufficient to draw the conclusion skydiving is a dangerous activity?
Well, the danger can be minimized.
But danger remains.
Yes, sir.
And that's the point, isn't it? The danger. That's where the fun comes in.
Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Petrie, you only get to ask the questions. Let someone else answer them.
Mr. Cathcart, do you currently carry life insurance?
No.
Family man like yourself? Why not?
Well, I couldn't find anyone willing to write a policy.
That's because of your lifestyle, isn't it?
Well, they won't say that right to your face.
Mr. Cathcart, as one of the people legally responsible for the safety of your son, how can you justify putting him in this danger?
Well, I sign off on every detail. I coordinate with the jump leader pack to shoot, and I set up the minimum standards which are above the recognized parameters.
Judge Gray?
Mr. Cathcart, you're not actually answering the question. What is your justification for putting your child at risk?
Well, I think it's more fear than risk, Your Honor.
I require an answer.
I am answering, but you don't want an answer. You don't want me to justify, you want me to apologize, and I'm not going to do that.
Apologize for what?
For wanting my son to be unafraid. The world has gotten all flabby and thick, and it's filled with frightened people out there willing to give up everything in order to be safe. There has to be more than being safe. And if Zach doesn't learn about the rush and the roar of things from us, who's he going to learn it from? The most important thing that I can give my son, Your Honor, is the habit of living instead of watching. I'm not going to apologize for that.
Any other questions, Mr. Petrie?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cathcart. You may step down.
Here you are.
Homemade?
No, from a box. But they look better on a plate. You should never serve guests from a box.
We were just talking about who else might have been around your house during that week.
Oh, that was a terrible few days. Mother was in the hospital, and the three of us took turns staying with her. Allison was just getting over a terrible flu, so it was mostly Violet and me, and Violet wasn't much help. She was seeing a salesman at the time, a man named Mr. Starling. Oh, Mother didn't care for him at all, so I'm afraid with Mother in the hospital, she took it as some sort of a green light. Violet was a little wild. I love her, but she was.
Violet said the work started on the wall the week President Kennedy was assassinated.
That's right. Mr. Crone and his sons started on the Tuesday. On Thursday afternoon, I was practicing Bach. Oh, I find Bach very comforting. He makes you think that there's a certain order in things and it isn't all the dog's breakfast. Allison came in complaining that the workmen were making too much noise. Then Violet comes running in the door. Did you hear? She'd been in the car with Mr. Starling when it came on the radio. Someone shot President Kennedy. We all said no. But Violet said that's what she heard. So the three of us went into the kitchen and we turned on the radio. In those days, you turned on the radio first when something happened. Mr. Crone and his sons came into the house to listen. All of us in the kitchen, crying. Even before we knew he was dead, we were crying.
Celia?
Oh, Violet. You remember Detective Tran and Mrs. Gray?
Yes, I know who they are. Is there something we can do to help? We're still trying to determine what happened in your backyard.
Well, I think our sister Allison told you. We have no idea what happened back there.
You might. Without knowing you do. Talking about that time might help you to remember.
Remember crying in the kitchen with Mr. Carone?
I do. But before anybody does any more remembering, you'd better speak to Allison. Excuse us.
Cookie?
I don't know which part of New England this child is supposed to be from, but any more gelatinous, it won't need a cup.
Thanks.
What's that?
It's where those 3 boys were killed. It's the police report.
What are you looking for?
Not sure.
Then how will you know if you find it?
I want to know what happened.
Well, if you want to know about the accident, the report will help.
What else would I be looking for?
Maybe you have some other questions.
Such as?
Why that part of the road, that particular day? Why those particular kids? As opposed to somebody else's?
Well, why those kids is simple. It's because I sent them there. Look, I admit to feeling a little blindsided by this.
A little.
All right, more than a little. Look, one of the ways I do this job without going crazy is by being selectively armored. You expect things to come at you in a certain way. You get used to the rhythm of the blows and you learn to guard the vulnerable approaches. And this came in under the radar for me. I want to understand why.
You can't understand something like this. At least not in the way I think you mean.
Well, you gotta try. Otherwise, all you have is superstition.
That's why I have the edge over you. I get to have faith. You're stuck with superstition.
See, a real Christian wouldn't rub it in like that.
I remember they sent us home from work the day Kennedy was shot.
Oh, yeah, I remember my grandmother telling me about that. What?
Answer your phone.
Detective Tran? Yes. Thank you. Maxine, that was the medical examiner's office. The skeleton. It wasn't a full-term baby. There was a 30-week fetus buried under that wall. Maxine. Maxine, what?
Hey, lady. You run out of gas?
Hey, Kyle.
Shouldn't you be somewhere judging something?
Recess.
Oh, that explains why you're on the side of the road. What happened here?
There was an accident.
Car hit this?
Yes.
People hurt?
Yes.
Killed?
Yes.
What's it got to do with you?
The car hit some kids I knew. I didn't know them. They appeared before me.
How many kids?
3.
3 kids from your court, all at the side of the road at the same time.
Yeah.
Picking up beer cans?
Yeah. Yes, they were picking up beer cans when another boy who managed to get drunk at 11:15 in the morning missed that curve and hit Albert Penny, Michael Grunwald, and Cooper Deakins and killed them. I should be getting back.
You do a lot of this?
A lot of what?
Following up on kids after you're finished with them.
No, I don't do a lot of that. I mean, there are some you want to keep an eye on, cases you want to monitor, but not these 3. I don't even remember these 3. Not really, not distinctly.
I was picking up trash on the side of the road once. This big semi came by and kicked up the gravel. Stuff came at us like buckshot. Caught this one guy in the face, big chunk stuck in his left cornea. Got it out with a pair of nail clippers. People were impressed.
You and some guys by the side of the road.
Right.
Picking up beer cans?
I've had occasion to help different municipalities on a couple of projects. Not a good use of my skills, but I wasn't given much choice in the matter. You end up where you end up.
And how did you end up there?
Do you know how difficult it is to get into rehab these days? While you're waiting, the court likes to know where you are, so they give you a nice orange jumpsuit and send you to county. It can get very colorful.
I didn't know.
Well, it's not like I go around advertising it. I just thought you might want to know that when you're in jail, you look forward to being on a crew like this. get to be outside. See the sky. Maybe something cute going by in a sports car. Those 3 kids of yours, they were probably grateful for the break. Well, frozen patties await. See you tonight.
Hey, Kyle. It's not a Jaguar.
No, it's not. But it has aspirations.
Is it necessary for you to disrupt our lives every few minutes?
I am sorry, Miss Loomis, but Detective Tran has learned something you and your sisters might be interested to hear. The situation isn't what we thought it was.
About the baby?
About the baby.
The body we found wasn't that of a baby, but a fetus. This is preliminary, but the medical examiners feel this might not have been a homicide, but a late-term miscarriage.
Oh, Violet! Oh, Violet! Oh, darling! Come on, sweetie! Let's help you. Come on, come on, come on.
You all right?
Oh, come on, let me help you. Here we go.
You all right?
Here we go. Come on, we'll get the cup.
Oh, my darling.
Mr. and Mrs. Cathcart want their son Zach to be fearless. They want him to grow up confident, adventurous, a participant in life, not a spectator. And the court believes that these are commendable goals. However, the Cathcart's goals are not before me today. Their methods are. Now, please understand, we are all concerned about Zach's future. But while you are focused on the quality of that future, it's my job to make sure he has one. And I'm not suggesting you keep your son in a glass box, but there has to be a middle ground. So. You must be this tall to ride. When Zach is as tall as this mark, you can take him on whatever adventures he likes. Until then, keep him away from rapids and parachutes. And if you play by the rules, I'm sure the state will withdraw its neglect petition.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's acceptable to us, Your Honor.
Good. I'm denying the custody request. Danger and tragedy are not in such short supply that we need to go looking for them. You can't avoid misfortune, but only a fool would run out into a storm looking for lightning. The lightning will find you if it wants to.
Miss Loomis, it's all right.
It isn't all right. I thought somebody killed her.
She was dead when you found her?
Yes. In the attic. Wrapped in towels. I went up to get blankets because it got cold and I found her. I thought... I don't know what I thought.
Violet, this woman is from the police. Maybe you should be quiet.
That's what I've been doing.
Why did you bury the body?
because I was afraid.
Afraid of what?
Afraid of everything. We were all afraid that week. I thought somebody in this house killed a baby. I thought it was the end of the world.
No one here would do a thing like that, Violet.
Miss Loomis? Allison? You had been ill. Your sister said you had the flu.
I worked so hard. It wasn't fair. People never thanked me. They just expected it. I never had anything I wanted. Violet liked baked apples. Mother made baked apples. I hate apples. So I had to gag them down. It didn't matter. And all Celia cared about was the piano. She didn't care how the bills got paid. I was always the oldest one. It wasn't fair. So I kept it a secret. My secret was the only thing I had in this house that was mine. I didn't know what to do after it happened. I kept her for a day, for a few days, and then one day when I came home from work, I looked and she was gone. And for a moment I thought, oh, thank you, Jesus, it never really happened. But it had happened. I went downstairs to ask my sisters which one of them had found her. Maybe they both had, I didn't know. But when I saw them, I didn't know how to say it. And so I didn't ask them. And then I couldn't ask them.
You couldn't ask. You couldn't ask? So you let this house fill up with silence. All these years. How could you do that? How could you allow that to happen?
Oh, God, Violet, how you must hate me.
Allison, I don't hate you. I could never hate you. No.
Allison, I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm so sorry. Concealment of delivery is a misdemeanor.
I'm sorry.
Misdemeanor.
38 years ago.
You never even heard of it, did you?
No.
Oh, God in heaven.
Hello. Amy,
Big A.
join us.
Mind if I stay upwind?
There aren't many vices left. You gotta work with what they give you. Cookies.
You make cookies?
Kyle did.
Well, Aunt Max lit the oven for me, but I sliced the sausage of pre-mixed dough.
How went the day?
It was all right. It's a little rough out of the gate. I got better. I think I might have been wise today.
Were you?
I think. Yeah, I was.
You were very good at what you do.
Well, it's 80% attitude. Guess where I got that from.
Found your daughter wandering the streets this afternoon.
Did you?
I just had to get out a little bit and we bumped into each other.
Destiny.
Coincidence.
Same difference. You get back to work okay?
Yeah, I got back to work okay.
Unfortunately, so did I. Well, who wants to talk about their day? I'll go first. I used to sleepwalk through life, ignorant of the important part beef tallow plays in the flavor and sensory appeal of the French fry. Well, those dark days are gone forever, for now the French fry holds no secrets from me.
Coming up next on TNT's Prime Time in the Daytime, there's nothing but drama when a Wall Street executive is found murdered. All the drama of law.
Amy! What? Come out here and let me see it. It's my wedding. I get to see the bridesmaids' dresses. Did you leave your curds and whey in the dressing room?
I don't care what Jillian says. I'm not wearing this dress.
I'm sorry I'm late. There's a flu going around and the waiting room was swamped. Amy, you look gorgeous. And it doesn't even need any alterations.
Jillian, honey, I am not altogether positive about the dress. It looks a little...
What?
Poofy.
Oh, you just have to imagine them lined up at the front of the church.
I am imagining that.
How many bridesmaids are there?
5.
2. 5? What? Who are the other 3?
My friends Sarah, Tamara, and Liz.
I don't know them.
Oh, you will by the wedding. They're coming to the bridesmaids' luncheon.
Bridesmaids are supposed to be friends of the bride.
All her friends are men. She's chased away all the women.
Jillian, I don't want strangers at my wedding, or people I've met once.
Well, then you're going to have to go out and make 3 new friends in size 8, 10, and 4 petite. You have 5 groomsmen. You have to have 5 bridesmaids.
Says who?
The wedding rules.
What wedding rules?
The ones everyone knows.
Jillian, I'm sorry, but Muffy and Fluffy and Bluffy are not going to be my bridesmaids, and this is not going to be the bridesmaids' dresses, no matter how many of them there are.
Maxine, you act like this wedding is about you. A wedding is not about the people getting married. A wedding it's about bigger things. It's a celebration of love and marriage and family and tradition and it has to have color and pageantry and and spectacle. And it has to have more than 2 bridesmaids in those dresses. Ah, I'll be in the shoe department.
She's lucky.
Hi, it's Judge Gray, returning your call, returning my call, returning your call. Tag, you're at.
Had to go ballistic.
Sean.
Was there something scheduled I forgot about?
I'm sorry, Judge Gray. I needed a quiet place to interview Bruce.
Interview Bruce? For what?
Her webpage.
You have a website?
It's a blog, actually. It's kind of like a journal.
Do I want to know this?
It's a way to let more people into my mind. I'm doing a series on successful single parenting.
Let's get you started.
Well, you didn't ask to interview me.
Well, of course, you're the poster mom of successful single parenting. I just thought that whole nasty custody trial thing with your ex and the thing with the babysitter, you know, murdering the stalker, which in no way was your fault.
Okay, Donna, I get it.
Yeah, besides, you don't want me, Erin.
I get it, Donna. Coffee?
Ah, no thanks. I gave it up. Oh, right. I'll be right back.
Well, you think I'm a successful single parent, don't you?
Right now, I think you're a very busy judge.
Hey, I used to know all the words to Goodnight Moon.
Maxine Gray. You're calling about the what? What doves?
Oh, for pity's sake.
Yeah, is there any way that we could avoid the doves? I mean, do they actually have to fly off into the sunset? Couldn't we use them in some other capacity? For instance, we could serve them at the reception. Oh, get a sense of humor.
Guy told me to see Maxine Gray.
That would be me. How can I help you?
I'm hoping you can tell me what the hell's going on.
Well, the stock market is pathetic, but I understand the new Harry Potter book will have 14,000 pages.
Court gave my ex-wife Brenda custody of our daughter on the condition that she had to be drug tested once a week, and you guys are supposed to be monitoring her.
What is her last name?
Barrett. Brenda Barrett.
I know her. She comes in every Friday afternoon.
The clinic is telling you she's clean?
The lab report is confidential, but if there had been a problem, someone would have notified you.
Is this a problem? The other night I went over to pick up Lizzie, and Brenda was passed out on the couch. I couldn't even wake her up to tell her that I was taking Lizzie.
You sure she wasn't drinking?
What? It's okay if she's passed out from drinking?
No, it's just that would not have shown up on her lab test.
I used to be a cop. I've seen every drug addict in the book. You line up a dozen, I could tell you what everybody was on. She wasn't drunk. She's a crackhead. And if you people were doing your damn job, then you know that.
I'll see what I can find out.
Yeah, if it's not too much trouble.
In the matter of 7-year-old Corey Sinkler, DCF removed Corey from his home with an OTC, has filed an abuse and neglect petition. DCF is present. All parties present. Miss Bonham?
Your Honor, DCF removed Corey Sinkler from his home after his teacher observed him to be high at school. Upon questioning, he admitted to having stolen a marijuana cigarette from his parents. He also shared the marijuana with a friend who happens to suffer from an immune deficiency disorder and had a reaction that landed him in the hospital. Civil charges have been filed by that boy's parents, and the state is seeking to sever custody.
Mr. Hearn.
That is all accurate, Your Honor. However, my clients have a different take on the situation, and they would like to be heard.
His clients are hemp activists, Your Honor.
Objection.
Mr. Sinkler?
My wife and I are activists for the legalization of cannabis. It's not the same thing.
So you don't deny that your son stole pot from you, took it to school, and got high with a friend?
I don't deny that you see it that way.
Your Honor, my clients have a complex view of the situation, and they would like, in fact, they would welcome the chance to be heard on this matter.
Then I will hear them. When will I hear them, Mr. Van Exel?
Tomorrow at 10:15.
Tomorrow at 10:15.
She says, it's not a pig, it's a duck. He says, I was talking to the duck.
Watch it.
You know, it's a good thing I'm not on maternity. My delivery must suck. You should have seen the first show. I killed.
Take the new Advent in ER.
What's he showing?
Fever, chill, severe abdominal pain. I'm guessing fecal impaction.
Something stuck up his.
So Lauren comes out of the bathroom with like 15 coats of lipstick on. Like, I'm not gonna notice. What are you doing?
Oh, making compilation useless facts for my blog. You know, little known useless facts. Like when ants are intoxicated, they always fall over on their right side.
These are scientists with way too much time on their hands.
I had 76 hits yesterday.
Only 76 people are going to read this?
She doesn't get it.
I know.
You don't think it's silly to go to all this trouble to tell 76 people what happens to drunk ants?
You're missing the point. Blogs are democracy in action. It's the first time we've ever really had a free press.
Amy?
Hi.
Hi.
We were just leaving.
Oh, yeah, hi, Steve.
Bruce? Donna? Hey, Donna, I love the blog. I didn't mean to run them off. Well, I did. I just didn't mean for it to be so obvious. Look, we agreed that when the trial was over.
Yes.
So I'd like to take you to dinner. Someplace classy, romantic, with a martini menu and a snobby maitre d'.
Yes.
How's tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night's fine.
Great. Can we say out loud that this dinner is the official rekindling of whatever was going on before I lost my mind and went to Sri Lanka?
Consider it officially said out loud.
Excellent. Enjoy your lunch.
Maxine, I'm peeing in a cup every time I turn around. I mean, what more can I do?
You've done everything the court asked and more, Brenda. I know that. But an allegation has been made, and I have to check it out.
An allegation? Oh, gee, I wonder who made it. Probably wasn't my boss, where I show up every day on time and do the work of 3 people. It probably wasn't anyone from my NA meetings. Could have been my vindictive ex-husband by any chance?
Obviously, it's your word against his.
Why isn't it his word against my lab tests?
He insists that he came by to pick up his daughter the other night, and you were passed out on the sofa.
Oh, Maxine, look, Jack has been trying to take Lizzie away from me ever since we split up. First, he tried bargaining. When that didn't work, he tried intimidation. He's tried threats. He's tried bribery. And now he's trying this.
I'm surprised to hear all that. He told me he used to be a police officer.
Yeah, And did he tell you he got kicked off? He got caught planting evidence on a suspect. That's who he is, Maxine. Anything to get what he wants. Even if it's a flat-out lie. I gotta go.
Lauren, come on. Come on. What are you doing? We have to go.
I told Taylor I'd bring some Pirates booty.
Well, explain to Taylor that you didn't have time.
Mother, I promise.
Well, explain to Taylor that you're untrustworthy. We have to go.
Has anyone seen my fake sugar in the annoying little pink bags?
Oh, don't look now, Mom. Guess he's coming.
Winnie the Pooh.
Jillian the wedding fairy.
Oh, dear God. Can't I have 3 sips of decaf first?
Lauren, let's go before I'm covered in tulle again. Oh, hi.
What's tulle?
Oh, we gotta go.
Maxine, you're never gonna believe it. I got St. Bart's.
Well, I hope it's not contagious.
St. Bartholomew's on Lake. It's practically a cathedral. They were booked solid for 2 years. And then suddenly today I get a call that a couple backed out and our date is open. Can you believe it?
Well, it sounds lovely, dear.
It was more than lovely. Don't you see? It's like a miracle.
Jillian, perhaps it's someone else's miracle. I don't want to get married in a huge church. I've only invited 20 people.
Actually, you've invited 1,500.
What?
Charles gave me Jared's Christmas card list.
Oh, Jillian.
Well, Maxine, you can't have some dinky wedding in a tiny little church. The press is going to be there. A guy from Newsweek is coming.
Oh. Whoa!
You see? Even my little peanut was impressed with that.
Jillian, I think that we should sit down and have a talk about this wedding.
That's a great idea. We still have a zillion things to go over. But right now, I have to go to the church and talk to the wedding coordinator. You just relax, Maxine. Everything is falling into place. There are miracles all around us.
We were disappointed in Corey, of course, when we got the call from his teacher.
Disappointed. That's all?
It's not like Corey to sneak around and steal from us.
And then there's the small matter of the law.
We object to the law.
And therefore you feel entitled to break it.
People get caught speeding. No one tries to take their kids away. And the kids are in a lot more danger in a speeding car than they'll ever be from a couple of tokes.
So it doesn't bother you to know that your 7-year-old son smoked pot at school?
Like I said, we were disappointed. We were planning on introducing him to it when he was older. And not casually, something ceremonial. Like maybe when he was 13.
Like a pot mitzvah?
That's good.
Excuse me. The child who went to the hospital wouldn't find that very funny. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinkler, you and your wife have spent a lot of time studying, educating yourselves on the subject of cannabis?
Enough to know that it's less toxic to the body than alcohol. Enough to know that the government spends $19 billion every year to keep drugs off the street, doesn't have any luck, and then whines about not having enough money to educate the children.
Had you shared any of this information with Corey?
No, he's a little boy. Like I said, we were waiting until he was older.
So basically, he snuck around, took the marijuana without your knowledge, and all you're really guilty of is not finding a good enough hiding place.
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Gee, I don't know. The law?
Ms. Bonham, we all know the law. Let Mr. Hearn make his point.
May I make a point? Everybody's up in the air because our kid got his hands on drugs. Well, whose kids aren't on drugs these days? They're on antidepressants and stimulants and Visceral and Datazine. They're taking all this crap that somebody made in a chemistry set, and nobody knows what this is going to do to them down the line. And what about adults? Every time you turn on the TV, there's direct marketing for every drug known to man. Grow your hair back, enlarge your penis, calm your nerves, get rid of your arthritis, give me a break. Then you try to take our kid away because he was on drugs. Well, who the hell isn't on drugs?
Kyle, I need you.
That's what all the beautiful blonde women say.
Patient in 115 is projectile vomiting.
And I'm the only one who can deal with that? Me, the guy who spent yesterday morning with a fecal impaction?
You're right. I'll ask Heather to do it. Oops, I can't do that. She doesn't work here anymore.
And that's my fault?
Kyle, I'm not your sponsor. I'm your boss. Go to work.
There are a lot of ways to cheat on a drug test, but none of them happen here. We take every precaution.
What are some of the ways? For when I have to check in another clinic?
They get urine from someone else and sneak it in. I had one woman sneak it in a soda can.
Do you recognize the name Brenda Barrett?
Brenda, yeah, she's here Thursdays, 3:30 sharp. You can set your watch by her.
Have you ever noticed her doing anything contrary to your procedures?
Brenda, no way. She's our favorite patient. She's polite, she's friendly, always asks about our kids. She just brightens up our day. Let's face it, we don't get a lot of success stories.
Well, thank you for your help.
I don't know how I help, but I sure don't have anything bad to say about Brenda. We love her and Lizzie, we really do.
Does Brenda bring Lizzie here?
Every week. And she's as cute and as polite as can be.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Corey, had your parents ever talked to you about marijuana?
No, but I listened when they were talking to other people.
And that's where you learned about it?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was good for people who had cancer. It made regular people happy and more creative.
Can you tell me a little bit of what life is like in your house? Just a typical day.
My mom wakes me up and makes breakfast and takes me to school. After school, I have soccer practice and my parents come to that. Then we get stuff for dinner. And after dinner, I do my homework and my dad checks it. If there's time, We play chess. He's teaching me.
Are your parents ever unable to take care of you?
One time, my mom had the flu, and she threw up 7 times.
But on a daily basis, do you ever feel like they're not there when you need them? What's wrong?
I didn't know it would make Jeremy have to go to the hospital. My mom always says it can't hurt you. And Jeremy's always sick, so I figured it was good for people who had cancer.
Honey, Jeremy's fine. He's home now.
I didn't know it hurt him.
Honey, Your Honor.
You may step down, Corey.
Wow. I know you don't have to work hard to look like this, so I don't feel too bad.
About what? Oh, I've seen this on TV. Means I get to come back next week.
I want to take you to my favorite restaurant, and I want this specific table and this bottle of wine that they have to order and this particular waiter. Now, it turns out he went back to Italy, but we can get everything else. Just not until tomorrow night. So I changed the reservation. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, we're not going out at all tonight?
No. This is the official rekindling. It has to be perfect. You deserve nothing short of perfect.
Okay. Hey.
Bruce?
Stu?
I promise you an evening worth waiting for.
I see you didn't get voted off the island.
Shut up. Wait. What did you want?
Just to say goodnight.
Lizzie, do you know why your mother has to go to the clinic?
Well, she used to be sick, and they have to check to see how she's doing.
And how do they check?
She has to go to the bathroom in a cup.
Do you always go to the clinic with her? How is your mother doing at home? Is she okay at home?
But she does have to rest a lot,
Because of her sickness.
I guess.
Well, I guess that's all the questions I had. Except, is there anything else that you want to tell me about going to the clinic?
Like what?
Oh, well, this is going to sound like a silly question, but does your mommy take her purse when she goes to the bathroom?
No, they won't let her do that. She leaves it in a chair, and I sit with it after I get back.
After you get back from what?
Can I go now?
Lizzie, you know I'm very good at keeping secrets. If there's anything you want to talk about.
You're her friend.
Actually, that's not true. I work with your mother, but my job is to be your friend.
We play a trick on the nurses.
What kind of trick?
Well, I go to the bathroom first, and then she goes in and uses my pee-pee instead of hers. That way they'll think she's well, and they won't take me away from her. You won't tell, will you?
No, honey, I won't tell.
Oh, they have a Chateaubriand for two, carved table side. I don't know, you might be interested. It would go quite nicely with our wine. A lovely 1976 Chateau Le Tour Pauillac, a wine that tastes almost as delicious as you smell.
Yes,
You
200K
look
with
so
perks. I thought I'd let them
beautiful.
sweat over the weekend.
You're radiant.
We need a quick answer.
You're absolutely radiant.
I'm sorry, excuse me. On the back end of a jackass.
Excuse me.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Throw in a severe if you want a quick answer. Or
I'm
at
sorry,
least a-
excuse me. Could you have your friend just keep it down?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Well, we're trying to, but his business is drowning out our business.
We're just having a good time.
We're trying to do that too.
So move if you don't like it.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay.
I an American? They can't.
No sweat. Sooner or later, their food will come, and he'll have to shut up.
Oh, I know, but people in public on cell phones should not be.
Should not be what?
You know what? I actually wasn't talking to you. And how can you even hear us over blabbermouth?
Give me a
Oh, you know what? First Amendment. Ever heard of it?
Don't worry about him. He's a bag of wind. He'll cave in like your mama's pound cake.
Mama's
You
pound
watch.
cake.
I asked them to move to another table, but I don't see an empty one.
Exactly. Look, but
Look at
if
her.
you
Look
hear
at us.
anything,
Hey, you know what? Excuse me. You know, this is actually the no smoking section.
Yeah, well, we know the owner.
Well, that doesn't mean you can break the law.
okay. Is there some problem?
Your date doesn't seem to understand that this is the no smoking section.
Oh, so arrest us, huh? What do you want?
Please, cheers to you. Let's
What did I do?
not let this ruin our evening. All right?
Buonasera, Mr. Collins. Senora, may I tell you about our specials?
Well, I hope you have a special on dry cleaning because our clothes are going to reek by the time we leave here.
Could you just bring us like a sampler of appetizers?
You know what? Actually, I'm serious. Could you ask them to put their cigarettes out?
I have already spoken to them about it. Apparently, they're friends of the owner.
Well, can I talk to him?
He's not here. I will bring you 2 perfect martinis on the house.
You know, I don't want a perfect martini. I would like to breathe.
Hey, psst. Buddy. Yeah, you. What's your problem?
My problem?
Why can't you keep Sister Curly hair under control?
Okay, you know what? Actually, that is incredibly rude to
Mr.
say
Collins,
public-
Mr. Collins, I can seat you at the bar.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
So just come right this way. Please, thank you. Right this way.
I don't know why they can't do it.
So
You know,
sorry.
I'm not sure why this would happen.
Mom. Hi. What are you doing here?
Well, I called your house and Jillian said you were here.
Yeah, trying to get caught up. Is anything wrong?
No, we just haven't talked in a while. I had to put some gas in my car, so I thought while I was out, I would drop by, say hello.
Mom,
Yes?
you've got that stiff smile you get when you're lying.
All right. Since you've asked, Jillian is driving me nuts.
She is?
She won't listen to anything I tell her. She doesn't care what kind of wedding I want. She's planning something that would make Charles and Diana's wedding look subtle, and I cannot get her to hear me. Would you please talk to her?
Me?
Well, she might listen to you. You're her husband, and you're an objective bystander, and if all else fails, you can yell at her.
I'll see what I can do, but she's a little crazy right now.
Yes, I noticed that.
So I'm not exactly sure how far I can get with this.
Well, figure it out, Peter. Consider it a wedding present to me.
Okay.
Is everything all right? Peter?
Everything's fine. Terrific. Couldn't be better.
You inherited that same stiff smile. What? What?
There's a chance. Apparently, very strong chance that there's something wrong with the baby.
What kind of wrong?
Chromosomal discrepancy. A lot of medical babble that means something is probably very wrong.
But Jillian...
Oh, Jillian's refusing to deal with it. She just keeps saying everything is fine, but I don't know what's going to happen to her when everything isn't fine.
Oh, Peter.
I am so sorry I lost my temper before after you tried to make everything so perfect.
Thank you. It was still perfect.
No.
Amy, it was perfect. I was with you. Yeah.
Hey! Come on over here, we settle this, huh?
Settle what?
See, I told you he was a wimp.
Come on! You started it, now get over here. We finish it.
You want me to fight?
Just go back to whatever rock you crawled out from under.
What's the matter, huh? You're not man enough to defend your loudmouth girlfriend?
Are you kidding me? Nobody does this anymore, especially not in $800 suits.
Yeah, don't even talk to him. He's an imbecile.
Hey, wait.
Imbecile.
Is that an Isabel Fiore?
What?
You're back. I just love her stuff. You ever seen the little hula girl on it?
Answer me this. Who's the imbecile now, huh?
So what hospital did they send the other guy to?
I would have punched him, but it would have required standing up. Ouch! Oh,
I thought you said that was numbed.
It's his. He's faking. It's a shameless plea for sympathy.
Dr. McCarty.
Dr. Redeker, meet my cousin Amy and her friend, Stu, who gave up his chin to defend her honor.
You're using the Vicryl.
Is there a reason that I shouldn't?
It's your patient. Nice to meet you.
Is your boss always so warm and personable?
No, she's just trying to impress you. Okay, sit very still. I need some tape.
So what about next weekend?
What about it?
Could try again.
Kyle has just finished stitching you up from this date. You want to talk about the next one?
You know, nothing on earth could ruin time spent with you. Ow.
Well, Miss Bonham, you and DCF both know that I'm not going to take a child away from his parents because he found a joint in their closet and took it to school.
Your Honor, a young man.
A boy with immune deficiency problems got dizzy. That's not a bad reaction. That's what happens when you smoke pot. And he didn't land in the hospital. The school nurse sent him to the ER as a precaution. Did you think I wouldn't read the doctor's report? Now, Mr. Sinkler, your argument is surprisingly logical. However, it is not the job of the juvenile court to ponder the pros and cons of legalizing marijuana. It is my job to determine the best interests of the child. So here's the deal. Stop smoking pot. You got a kid, you're not in college anymore, move on. If you want to be activists, be activists. But you cannot break the laws that you don't like and teach your child that it's okay to do that. So I'm willing to continue this matter without adjudication on the condition that Mr. and Mrs. Sinkler submit to random drug tests weekly for 6 months. If all those tests come back negative, then I will dismiss the petition without finding neglect. I'm also recommending family counseling. Corey is too young to have fully grasped what has happened, and I don't want to have him scarred for life, thinking he almost killed his best friend. Okay? So that's it. everybody go home and grow up.
What's with you?
What do you mean?
You've been on my back all week. You give me the grossest jobs you can think of. You criticize everything I do. You made that comment about Heather.
Okay. Maybe I'm a little cranky. Maybe I couldn't afford to lose an intern right now just because you decided to throw a juvenile animal farm party.
Animal House. You're trying to say Animal House. Animal Farm is a book about socialist livestock. That would be a very different party.
You know what I meant.
And you know that it's not my fault that you lost Heather. I didn't even know she was on anything, and me throwing a party is not what inspired her.
Most of us don't think getting high is inspired.
Are you trying to say something to me? I mean, are you accusing me of something?
No. But that sounds like the question of a man with a guilty conscience now that you mention it.
Oh, my conscience is just fine, thank you. So what else is there? I mean, the only other thing I can come up with is that you're jealous.
Of what?
My relationship with Heather.
That's a tad vain, don't you think?
Oh, it's incredibly vain. Unless it's true, then it's perceptive.
I have things to do.
Hi, Brenda. Hi, Lizzie.
It's us. Hi, Brenda and Lizzie. It's me.
Maxine, what are you doing here?
Well, Lizzie was telling me that she's gets kind of bored here in the waiting room, so I thought I'd come and take her for a hot chocolate down the street.
Oh, that is so nice, but you don't have to do that.
I want a hot chocolate.
Oh, it's just too close to dinner, sweetie.
Well, how about a balloon then? I saw some at the pharmacy.
I just want her to stay here. Okay?
Well, fine. All right. We'll sit over there and read a book.
Oh, okay. Oh, but you were just saying you had to use the bathroom, remember?
Then I will take her to the one down the hall because I know that you'll be busy in this one here.
Right. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I don't feel well. I think I'm going to come back tomorrow.
Fine, I will too. You may as well go ahead, Brenda, because I'm on to you. Lizzie will be fine. You go ahead.
This is not right.
No, it isn't.
You're going to make her get in trouble.
I know it seems that way, sweetheart. It seems that way, but really, I'm helping her to get well.
You're going to take me away.
Only until your mother is better.
Mommy! Mommy! You said you wouldn't tell. You lied. You lied so you could take me away. Mommy! Mommy!
So, how was your date?
It was fine. Have you talked to Rebecca about drugs?
She has, changing the subject. Yes, I have.
Because I haven't.
I don't want you to talk to Rebecca about drugs.
I mean, I haven't talked to Lauren at all. I thought I still had some time.
These days, nobody has time. So, about your date with Stu Collins?
I thought we weren't going to discuss our personal lives.
I thought you hated that rule.
Okay. Well, he took me to a lovely romantic restaurant. We had a nice time. And then we dropped by St. Mike's so Kyle could give him 11 stitches. You don't want to hear about it.
Oh, I think I did.
Maxine, hi. What are you doing here?
I knew you had this appointment. for the fitting. And I just wanted to bring you these.
Oh, they're gorgeous. What are they for?
Well, partly they're because of all the hard work you've done for my wedding. And I'm afraid I haven't been very appreciative. But I suppose it's because I'm a little nervous about the whole ordeal. And then, thinking about that, I realized that I think you're a wonderful daughter-in-law. And I truly love you. And I don't think I've ever told you that before.
Oh, Maxine, that's so sweet. I love you too.
Hey, Noodle. What are you doing?
Reading stuff. Did you know that ants always fall on the right side when they're drunk?
Yes, I actually did know that.
Donna has a whole page about you.
She does. Judge Gray's likes and dislikes, quotes from Judge Gray, Judge Gray's favorite shampoo.
Cool, huh?
Yeah, well, enjoy that, Lauren, because tomorrow Donna has to take it down.
Rest well, you weary cynics. Judge Gray is proof through the night that the system still works. What does that mean?
Well, it's a compliment. Hey, Lauren. I actually need to have a talk with you. A serious talk.
About what?
About drugs.
What about him?
They're bad.
I know.
Well, and you're getting older now, and your friends are getting older too. And someday someone might, well, you don't even know exactly when it's going to happen. Well, for all I know, somebody's already
Mom.
tried to.
Only losers do drugs. Besides, we took the drug-free pledge at school. Plus, we had to get up in front of the whole class and tell why we'd never use drugs.
What did you say?
Said because they fry your brain, and my mother would kill me.
You nailed it. Okay. Well, put your computer away and get ready for bed.
Miss Wexler says a lot of people our parents' age did drugs.
Yeah, well, she's got a good point. Put your pajamas on. I'll come back up and say goodnight.
Did you ever do drugs? Did you?
I just told my daughter a big whopping lie. Told her I'd never done drugs. Okay, Ma, now it's your turn. For what? To say, oh my God, Amy, what were you thinking? Or to say, honey, I work with children whose mothers burn them with cigarettes and lock them in dark closets for days.
You did the right thing.
We gotta do better than that.
Well, you can't tell Lauren that you did drugs at the same time you're asking her not to. You can't give her permission to kill herself just because you were an idiot.
Well, everybody my age was an idiot. It wasn't just me.
That's not the point. There are some things we have to lie about when children are too young to understand. Later on, you explain the whole thing to her, apologize for lying, and buy her a car.
Buy her a car?
Well, all right, luggage. You know what I'm saying.
Mom, I feel really horrible about this. I don't think I've ever told her a conscious lie before. Not about anything big.
It's not big, Amy.
It's big enough for me to have the big drug conversation with her. They do public service announcements about it. It's got to be big.
When you find a joint in her room, then it will be big.
You're not taking this seriously.
Amy, stop this namby-pamby, ridiculous whining. There are people in the world with real problems.
There may be something wrong with Peter and Jillian's baby.
Something big? Oh my God.
If I could fly away, if I could fly away.
Coming up next on TNT's Prime Time in the Daytime, a teenager suicide reveals a deadly crime. All the drama of Law and Order is next on TNT.
Now, I know it's hard to picture anything with this wallpaper still up, but at least you can get the idea with the hideous plates gone and those tacky country gewgaws. Good morning.
Mom, this is Winky. Winky, this is my mother, Maxine Gray.
Owner of the hideous plates and tacky country gewgaws.
Oh, well, now Amy says you work, so I know you haven't had much time to update.
No, actually, I'm a fan of hideous and tacky motif. Amy, when I went to bed last night, the kitchen wasn't naked.
Oh, now Amy needs a blank slate.
Blank slate.
Well, I need a toaster.
It's in there.
Now, I better get shopping for wallpaper. I'm thinking of something in this family.
The Red family?
Actually, this is watermelon.
Could we maybe go for something a little less watermelon?
Now, let's keep an open mind. I'll bring by some more samples. Well, I better get myself busy. This poor house has waited long enough. Bye-bye now.
Toodaloo.
Okay, Mom, before you crank it up, remember you promised to be supportive.
Winky?
It's not her real name.
Oh, so she changed it to Winky. Well, that makes me feel better.
Lauren, breakfast in 5 minutes.
For Winky's information, this wallpaper was top of the line in its day.
So was the Titanic. Hey, Donna.
Judge Gray, do you remember when I asked you if it would be okay if I followed your mother around for a couple of days to do research for my paper for my Law in the Family course, and you said it would be fine?
Oh, really? Amy said that.
I may have said that I was reasonably sure it would be okay, Donna being almost a member of the family and all.
Well, I just realized that my paper's due at the end of this week, so I need to take you up on your offer. Soon. Today.
Today? That would be soon.
Well, I know it's short notice and a big imposition, but it's 60% of my grade.
The last time you asked me for a favor, you had a baby in my dining room. Well, so I suppose this is comparatively small potatoes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I promise you won't even know I'm there. I'll go get some lattes and biscotti, and I'll meet you down at your office.
Okay.
Did I say thank you?
Yes, you did. You know how much I hate being followed around at work with all the critiquing and opining. I don't even let Sean Potter do that.
Well, Mom, it's just a few days, so how bad could it be?
I would rather be trapped in a coal mine with 3 Republicans and a lapdog.
That's the spirit.
And Winky.
We have 3 custody cases back to back. I figured to get the snipping parents out of the way.
Zola.
I don't think it's a good idea to discuss any fraternization with the opposite gender.
You're fraternizing?
This is me ignoring you.
Okay, let me get this straight. As long as we work together, we can't have any relationship, not even a friendship. But here you are cavorting with your lawyer?
You are jumping to huge and erroneous conclusions, which I would tell you if we were discussing our personal lives, which we are not. Would you like coffee?
If she is just your lawyer, then she doesn't fall into the personal life category.
Good.
Amy?
Helene. Is there an appointment I forgot about?
No, you had a mediation hearing.
I know. 1 o'clock, I'm there.
It isn't happening. Michael canceled.
Well, I've canceled the last 2 times. I guess it's his turn.
I don't mean the hearing. I mean the mediation. Michael withdrew. I got a call from his attorney.
We left it with me thinking over his proposal. Why would he withdraw now?
I thought you might know. Any recent flare-ups?
No.
Anything you want to tell me?
It's my court services officer.
That's him? Well, the improper conduct allegations suddenly make sense. You didn't lie to the Judiciary Committee?
No, I did not. Can we just focus on the current crisis, Helene?
That's all I know. His attorney left me a message and said we'd be hearing from him.
Well, let me know when we do.
You didn't lie to the Judiciary Committee.
Goodbye, Helene.
Come on in. It was that woman in 4B, wasn't it? Oh, she's always griping about my kids making noise.
We have a report of a school-age child not in school.
My children are homeschooled.
Doesn't she have to have proof? Well, anyone could say their kid is homeschooled.
Kevin, what was that?
Stupid face.
You better not be teasing Tracy again.
Mrs. Weston, how many children do you have?
Kevin, he's 8. Tracy, she just turned 5. Michael's 10. He's at the Quick Pick getting some milk. And this is Denise.
Should Michael be walking to the Quick Pick by himself? I have impulse control issues.
Well, get over them.
The Quick Pick is just 2 blocks away, and he knows how to cross the street. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, and I really don't have time to chat.
Mrs. Weston, I can see that you have your hands full. But, if you'd like to apply, DCF has services that might help.
Do I look that naive? You're here to find a way to take my kids away from me. You people don't allow for normal life circumstances.
Such as?
I get depression, okay? I get over it in a few weeks, and so maybe my kids will be loud for a while, maybe my house will be a mess, so what?
Are you seeing a psychiatrist?
Yeah, 5 times a week in my spare time, and he works for free.
I don't mean lie on a couch and tell him your problems. I mean a physician who could prescribe an antidepressant.
Those things cause cancer for all anybody knows. I was on the Fen-Phen diet, and I still have to have my heart checked from that. If you don't mind.
Ms. Weston, these are my numbers. I wish when you get a minute you give me a call. I'm certain that we can figure out a way to help you.
Okay, fine. Whatever.
In the matter of Sonia Haskell, age 6, the petitioner is Sonia's mother, Penny Haskell, who is seeking to modify the custody agreement.
We're seeking full custody, Your Honor.
Right, and since your client currently has joint custody, full custody would qualify as a modification. The respondent, Sonia's father, Kurt Haskell, is also asking for full custody, and the petitioner alleges sexual abuse on the part of the respondent. And Mr. Radford, you're going to have to explain to me what your client is alleging, because I've read your brief twice now, and I have no idea what it means.
Your Honor, we intend to prove that Sonia Haskell is a victim of malicious alienation syndrome.
Which, as far as I can tell, means you think her mother talks badly about her father. Could we just say that?
With respect, Your Honor, this is an actual syndrome, and we have an expert witness who will explain it to you better than I can.
Your Honor, their so-called expert.
Yes, I know, Miss Manson. Your expert can beat up their expert. Well, noting the Dobert reliability test, I will hear the experts, and after testimony, I will rule on the scientific validity of this alleged syndrome. And when will we hear that testimony, Mr. Van Exel?
Tomorrow, 11:15.
Tomorrow, 11:15. I'll see everyone then. Next case.
Let's take the road before us and sing a chorus or two. Come on, it's lovely weather, boys, lay right together with you.
Hey, Michael.
Amy.
You want to come in?
Alicia's in the car. Is Lauren ready?
I thought we could talk.
I don't have time. My mother's expecting us in 10 minutes. Could you please call Lauren?
Lauren, your father's here. Why did you cancel mediation?
I don't want to talk about that.
I said I'd consider your proposal. If there was a time limit on it, you should have told me.
I'll bring her back at the end of the day Thursday, as we agreed.
Are you going to answer my question?
Come on, sweetie, get in the car. She's waiting for us.
Bye, Mom.
Bye, Nudo. Have fun. Hey, Michael. If this is your way of trying to bully me into accepting your proposal?
Amy, on the advice of my attorneys, I'm not to speak to you about this. Good night.
Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you.
Kylie, you busy in here?
Very. I am in the middle of a fascinating article about Stucky, the mummified coon dog.
Huh. Well, I don't want to pull you away from that.
He's on display in Atlanta, Georgia, and as far as modern science is able to discern, he is the only mummified coon dog on the planet.
There's a woman out here looking for you.
I'm for it.
Not that kind of woman.
How do you know?
Because she's a little too old for you. And her hair wouldn't move in a wind tunnel.
What are you doing here?
Doesn't your mother even get a hug?
Somebody die?
Of course not, and don't be morbid.
Hit my head.
Is there someplace nicer where we can talk?
Yeah, there's a day spa on the second floor and a 5-star restaurant on the roof.
So much for my hope that you'd changed.
I'm on duty now. I can't just walk out.
When are you off duty? This is my hotel. I'm not leaving town until you talk to me, so you might as well get it over with. Figure out your schedule and call me.
Then that weekend, she came home from his house and she wasn't herself.
How so?
She was quiet and kind of pouty, and she wouldn't come out of her room. And then finally, she told me what happened.
What did she tell you?
She said Daddy made me touch his you-know.
That is a flat-out lie.
Mr. Haskell, you're going to have to wait your turn.
Am I supposed to just sit here while she tells hideous lies about me?
Yes, you are. And if she is telling hideous lies, then she will be in big trouble later on. Mrs. Haskell, were those your daughter's exact words? Did she say you know, or are you saying you know?
That's exactly what she said.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mrs. Haskell, isn't it true that you called your ex-husband a lying, jackass, bottom feeder in front of your daughter?
Objection.
Overruled. Please answer.
Yes, I did that. Once.
And didn't you also tell your daughter Daddy left because he doesn't love us anymore?
I may have said that in a fit of anger, but I apologized later.
How often do you make derogatory remarks about your ex-husband in front of your daughter?
I don't know.
An estimate.
I don't know.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't care what that noisy bag of wind told you. My kids are fine.
We had a report that 2 of your children were playing in the street at dusk, alone, and your wife was nowhere in sight.
Well, my kids don't play in the street at night. They know better.
Your wife is suffering from postpartum depression.
Are you a shrink, too?
No, I am not, and you're correct. Your wife should be diagnosed by a physician as soon as possible.
I don't want to take any of that crap.
What crap would that be?
Prozac or any of that other crap. They hand it out like it's candy, then 5 years down the road, they go, oh, whoops, we just found out it causes brain tumors.
Well, that's what your wife said. Almost exactly.
Yes, I noticed that.
Mr. Weston, your wife says she has a history of postpartum depression.
We've been through this with every kid. She gets weepy. She's not getting enough sleep. She can't get into her jeans. 3 months, 6 months, whatever. She's over it.
What you need to understand is...
What I don't need is the government in my house or following me around at work, telling me how to run my own family.
Mr. Weston, I'm concerned about your children's safety.
One nutcase drowns her kids in a bathtub, so now what? You gonna take everybody's kids so you can give them to some creepy foster family who's only in it for the money? Or lose them entirely? No, I read the papers, and I know about you people.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Nice butt, though.
Did I say that out loud?
Coming.
Judge Amy Gray,
Yeah?
you are served.
I thought I heard the front door.
I tried to like him when you married him. I tried to like him when you divorced him, now that he is trying to take your child away. I'm officially done. Come on in the kitchen. I'll make you some cocoa.
Malicious alienation syndrome is a disorder which most commonly arises in the context of a child custody dispute. Its primary manifestation is the child's campaign of denigration against the parent, in this case, the father.
And why, in your expert opinion, would a child launch this campaign?
The disorder results from the combination of the brainwashing parent's indoctrination and the child's own vilification of the disenfranchised parent.
Okay, if I could interject a little English here. You're saying that you believe Sonia Haskell is making up these lies against her father to get in good with her mother.
Well, that is a very simplistic way of putting it, but yes, that is the basic concept of the syndrome.
Your Honor, this so-called syndrome was invented by Dr. Larrabee and has never been subjected to empirical study, testing, or research. Nor has it ever been published in any peer-reviewed medical journal.
None of that invalidates my clinical experience.
Dr. Larrabee, have you actually interviewed the child in question?
That has not been possible. As is typically the case, the alienating parent is not willing to subject the child's story to any outside scrutiny.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned before, I will be hearing motions to strike the expert testimony after I've heard all the expert testimony, and Mr. Van Exel will tell us when the next expert will testify.
4:30 this afternoon.
I'll see you all then. Thank you.
I've got 5 minutes before I have to make rounds on ICU.
Well, that sounds so impressive. Say hello to your sister.
Hi, Kyle.
Susie, if this is an intervention, I hate to disappoint you, but I don't have any vices left.
I told Susie that I was coming to see you, and she decided to join us.
You look good.
Thank you.
I wish I could say the same for your hospital. I guess you had to go where they would take you. Is there
There's
someplace?
someplace nicer.
You're right, we do have an agenda. Susie and I are throwing a big party for your father's 65th birthday, which you may remember is coming up. Black tie, dinner, dancing, 200 guests. We booked the grand ballroom at the Ritz-Carlton.
I hope you all have a great time.
Will you at least hear me out?
If you will explain to me why you are throwing this dinner.
A lot has happened since you've been gone. Your father and I have, well, I wouldn't say reconciled, but I guess you'd call it dating.
Are you a glutton for punishment?
People change, Kyle.
He doesn't change.
It's just for one night. It's not going to kill you, and it would mean a great deal to your father.
He doesn't need me. He has Susie to play the perfect daughter, and the lovely and talented Walt can drive her there in his Porsche.
I thought you liked Walt.
Oh, I pretended to like Walt so I wouldn't offend all the other people who pretended to like Walt.
If this is recovery, I liked you better as a drug addict.
All right, you two. Susie, you know damn well that Walt can be a horse's ass. And Kyle, it is not your sister's fault that she's made something of her life and you didn't.
I'm in the process. Thank you.
So you believe that you can change, but Dad can't?
I made a reservation for the three of us for tomorrow night at the Hive Line. I understand that your shift ends at 7 o'clock, so I made the reservation for 8. It will give you time to shower and dress, and I'll send a car for you.
Are you also going to send a guy with a gun?
Kyle, we came all the way here. The least that you could do is have dinner with us.
I have my own car. Thank you.
Hello, Kevin. May we come in?
My mom says not to let strangers in the house.
That's very good advice. But we're not strangers. We were here the other day, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Where's your mother?
She's taking naps. She has to take naps.
I see. Would it be possible for you to wake her and let her know that we're here?
We're not supposed to wake her up.
Where's everybody else?
Michael's at the laundromat. The others are in the kitchen. We're cooking lunch.
Why don't you show me?
Kevin, help! Mom! Mom, there's a fire!
Donna! Donna, get the phone. Call 511 0501 and give me the phone.
What's going on in here?
Your unsupervised children were cooking. And you're lucky they didn't burn the place down with everybody in it. Sean, yes, I need you to authorize an emergency removal for 4 children and get me on somebody's docket for an OTC. Yeah, and could you check the list and see who can handle 4 children on short notice?
You're not going to take my children. You're not going to take my children.
Yes, Mrs. Weston, we are.
Donna, take the children to the car, find out where the laundromat is. I will find a neighbor to stay with Mrs. Weston for a while.
You can't take my children.
Yes, I can.
Is Mommy coming with us?
I would prefer not to have to call the police and cause a big, horrible spectacle and cause your children more trauma, but I will do that if I have to.
Studies have shown that children rarely lie about sexual abuse, especially when accusing a parent. A child's natural instinct is to protect a parent.
Have you had a chance to interview Sonia Haskell?
Yes, I spent almost 2 hours with her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Radford, the fact that your expert has not interviewed Sonia Haskell does not invalidate Dr. Lavin's observations. You may answer.
Her description of what happened was quite graphic. And that's the most typical symptom of sexual abuse in my extensive experience.
Let's have an informal chat about all the extensive experience in this room. Dr. Levin, do you by any chance belong to an organization which represents children who are victims of sexual abuse?
In fact, I'm on the board of directors of the Children's Aid Alliance, which is a child advocacy group dedicated to supporting victims of sexual abuse.
And By any chance, have you written a book on the subject?
2, actually.
And, Mr. Radford, how many books did you say your expert had written?
4, Your Honor. Well, 5 if you include the one she's currently editing.
Oh, what the heck? Let's do. And just out of curiosity, have any of these books been published by someone other than a vanity press? I must be psychic. Counsel, do you have any experts who are free from self-serving motivations? Okay, well, the next thing that's going to happen is I'm going to interview Sonia Haskell.
Is that really necessary?
Apparently it is.
Cool, the Christmas lights. Can I help?
Put on a warmer jacket.
Hey.
Bye, Daddy.
All right. Bye, kitten.
Hey, Michael. Want to tell me what the hell you're doing?
I've already told you I can't.
I know. You're attorney. Since when are we not speaking face to face? And since you're trying to take my daughter away from me, don't you think you owe me an explanation?
My attorney.
A face-to-face explanation, Michael? Have you turned into a wimp? You do everything behind my back?
Behind your back. I'm sorry, did I miss the part where you told me that you had a lunatic stalking you?
I was going to tell you.
When? What else haven't you told me? And given the events of the last couple of weeks, Amy, what do you need me to explain?
Okay, I'm ready. Mom. Mom.
So, what's on our schedule for today? Any more child snatching?
Donna, what exactly is the premise of this paper?
It's about the danger of, that is to say, the predicament of, or rather, the challenge of, I haven't entirely narrowed it down.
Maxine, you placed 4 children with the Overbys yesterday?
Temporarily. I'm going to court this afternoon for the OTC.
One of them's missing.
Missing?
Kevin, the 8-year-old. Apparently, he stole the Overbys minivan and he took off in it.
Have you notified the authorities?
I just got the call.
Maxine? Oh, can I help? We need to find him fast. I mean, he's so little.
Start on the second page. Go. Answer. Answer the phone.
Sonia, why don't you want to see your daddy anymore?
My mommy told you about it.
Yeah, she did. But I need to hear about it from you.
I don't want to tell it again.
Well, I can understand that. But I have to find out the truth. Because I have to decide what's best for you.
I want to see my daddy again. Just not now.
Why is that? Sonia, this is pretty serious. This may mean that you never see your daddy again.
I'll see him again. Later.
Well, I'm going to decide about that.
I'll see him after I go to Disney World.
Who's taking you to Disney World? Your mom?
No, those people.
What people?
The ones that take you to Disney World when your daddy made you do something bad. My friend Jennifer went, and they even bought her a Toy Story snow globe.
Sonia, did you make up this story about your daddy so those people would take you to Disney World?
You won't tell, will you?
Brown hair, blue eyes, last seen wearing blue jeans and a red sweatshirt with Quick something. It's a skater brand.
Maxine, I found him.
Where?
Hartford General. He flipped the minivan on the interstate.
Go, 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 go!
Okay, I'm ready to rule.
Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Counsel, be seated. I will not be hearing motions to strike the so-called expert testimony. This entire case was based on a lie. Because Sonia's friend Jennifer was taken to Disney World by an advocacy group for sexually abused children, and Sonia borrowed the facts from Jennifer to try to secure a trip of her own. Now, Sonia needs a little time out and a lecture about lying, especially given the ramifications of this particular lie. And meanwhile, I am dismissing the motion and denying relief as to both parties. But while I still have you all here, I would like to announce a new syndrome. It's called the Angry Judge Syndrome. Now, I invented it myself, and even though I haven't written a book on it, that doesn't make it any less valid. The primary symptom of this syndrome is an irrepressible urge to unload on all deserving parties. Mrs. Haskell, you have created an atmosphere in your home which rewards your daughter for making up a vicious lie that could have ruined her father's life. Mr. Haskell, despite the fact that you were treated unjustly, you used the lie to try to get your daughter away from her mother without ever bothering to find out what really happened. And then you two call out your dueling, self-proclaimed experts that clearly don't give a damn about anything except putting this case on their resumes. And in the process, all of you have managed to trivialize a very serious issue and waste this court's time. Everybody in this room needs to grow the hell up. We're adjourned.
Bumps, bruises, minor lacerations from the glass. We're going to do a full set of x-rays to be sure, but I'm not concerned. If you're planning to scold him, at least thank him for wearing a seatbelt.
I thought I was stepping on the brake, but it was the gas pedal. I couldn't see.
I'm sure you couldn't, because cars are not built to be driven by 8-year-olds.
Are you gonna put me in jail?
No, but I am going to give you what is technically known as a good talking to.
Don't understand. My mom needs me to be there. I have to tell her not to hurt herself.
Well, you're right. I don't understand.
Does your mom say that she's gonna hurt herself?
She always says, I ought to take all the pills, or I ought to find out he's gone. And then I remind her stuff like, the baby needs her. We all need her. Even Daddy. And then she remembers. And she doesn't hurt herself. But if I'm not there, she took us all away from her. Who knows what she'll do now?
Donna, will you explain to Kevin that everything at his mother's house is fine? And I'll be right back.
Listen. My mother used to say she was gonna hurt herself too. Guess how old she is now.
He's all right. He's going to be here for a while.
I'm going to see him.
Mr. Weston, your son is in the system now, which means that the evil government worker, that would be me, is going to have a lot to say about where he goes next. So it would behoove you to impress me. What would impress me right now is for you to decide that since Kevin has doctors and nurses and me to stay with him, it would be wise for you to go home and get your wife to a mental health professional immediately. Of course, the choice is up to you.
I'll be back.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
This is how you dress to go home and pass out?
My mother and sister have blown into town.
Like an ill wind?
Why, don't I look delighted? I've never been good at this.
Here. I have society parents, too. They're furious at me for wasting my expensive education on the ghetto.
Is this what they teach you at Cotillion?
No. I have 3 brothers who are also not so good at this. There.
Great. Now I look like a well-dressed zombie.
No, you look good.
Dr. Redeker to OR. Dr. Redeker to OR.
Good luck.
Thank you.
My unsolicited advice?
Yeah.
Tell them to go to hell. Better than any drug you ever took.
Donna, is something wrong?
Not really. Except I flunked my paper.
Well, you haven't even written it yet.
I know. I can't write it. It needs to be balanced. You know, the pros and cons of the DCF. Some kids are saved, some kids are lost in the system, blah, blah, blah. You know, that caseworker in Florida, blah, blah, blah. All that trendy topical stuff my professor would lap right up.
I see. So you haven't gained anything from this experience that would help you to trash DCF?
You did everything just right.
I'm sorry. I can be annoying like that.
Well, should have followed a bad social worker.
Donna, could you afford to spend one more day on research?
I guess so. Why?
I know where you can find a wealth of material. Oh, Kimberly, would you come over here for a moment? There's someone I'd like you to meet.
I'm like right in the middle of something.
You may need only half a day.
Look, I will come back for a weekend soon, but I'm not coming to this party.
Kyle, this is just a petty attempt to punish your father.
Thank you.
Susie, why are you in this? Did she ask you to come?
Could we finish discussing your father before you pick another fight with your sister?
I am not picking a fight. Just asking a question.
I'm here because I miss you, okay? We all miss you. And it would mean so much to Dad.
Oh, please. Once I stopped achieving, I stopped existing to him. God knows he doesn't want to explain where I've been.
If you're there, no one will ask where you've been.
And who gets the mineral water? So the ladies get the martinis.
Oh, God, for heaven's sakes. At least have a glass of wine.
Would you like to see the wine list?
I can't have a glass of wine. I'm an alcoholic, but I'm very happy with the mineral water.
Does everyone on this planet need to know that you think you're an alcoholic?
I think?
I know how this program works. You go in for one thing, and they convince you that you're addicted to everything.
Okay. What if we don't go down this road?
Mom, if you want to live in denial, it's fine.
You see, that's what they do. If you don't agree with them, you're in denial.
Okay, A, that is a load of crap. And B, do you realize that you're upset because now the waiter knows that you're the mother of an alcoholic?
I don't care what anyone thinks about me. Is that something else those people have been putting into your head?
For God's sake, Mom?
If you didn't care what anyone thought, we wouldn't even be sitting here. The only reason you want me to come to this damn party is because it'll be embarrassing for you to explain my absence.
You please lower your voice.
Why? You don't care what anyone thinks.
Kyle, you're causing a scene.
No, I'm not. Can I have everyone's attention, please? This may look like a gin and tonic from across the room, but it's actually a mineral water with a slice of lime because I am a recovering alcoholic and drug addict, which my mother doesn't want you to know, but oops. I guess I just let it slip. Enjoy your evening. Now I'm causing a scene.
Kyle.
Take care of yourself.
Scoop, because that's what ice cream says.
Back in the bazooka bubblegum wrapper.
They put jokes on bubblegum wrappers?
I read somewhere that it takes a maraschino cherry 14 years to digest it.
I would love to know how that study is conducted.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, it's Amy!
Well, Maxine invited me for ice cream, and I came, even though I should be picking up Ariadne at the babysitter. And I invited Kyle, who came, even though he should be sleeping.
And I invited Lauren.
Who should be doing her homework?
And what should you be doing?
Evidently, I should be on my way to the store to get more ice cream.
Ah, there's plenty. Pull up a spoon. You know, I figured something out. When I was growing up, my mother was always ragging on your family.
What did she say?
Well, that Maxine was overbearing and opinionated, that Edward was obstinate, and that Peter was a long-haired know-it-all, and so on.
And so on, like what?
Vincent was weird and probably gay, and that you were stuck up and bossy.
Is this going to turn around at some point?
Well, what I realized that she saw that she couldn't stand was a family that worked because she didn't have one.
Does she still not like us?
No, she's too busy not liking me. I really think that's it. I think she was jealous of you.
Well, she should be. We're fabulous. Who can do?
Oh.
Cool. How do you do that?
It's an art.
Well, I'll get that. Wouldn't want to interrupt the art. Hey, Lane. Come on in.
Is Lauren here?
Everybody in the world seems to be here.
I can't stay. I'm just going to leave this for you.
What is it?
It's a file I received from Michael's attorney.
You look upset. How bad can it be?
Amy, it's everything. It's stuff he couldn't possibly know, except evidently he's had a detective trailing you for over a year.
You can't be serious.
I wish I weren't. It's all in there. I can tell you every guy you've slept with in the last year, including Judge Crumble. And apparently, you went skinny dipping with Stu Collins. A lot of stuff you never mentioned to me.
Because it's nobody's damn business.
Well, it is now.
Fine. I wasn't a nun. It's the 21st century. He can't take my kid away from me for that.
There's more.
Oh, my God.
That's your CSO, isn't it? The one with whom you didn't have an affair?
I didn't.
Even if that's true, nobody's going to believe you. Spend the evening with this. Call me in the morning.
Coming up next on TNT's Prime Time in the Daytime, Amy faces a tough decision on declaring a missing child legally dead. Don't miss the drama of judging.
Oh, তুমি
দৌড়াচ্ছেন
দৌড়াবো কেন মাগের এরকম আটকা মায়া মানুষ সামনে চলে আসলে তো একটু চিন্তা লাগেই আর কালকে আবার তোমার মামার সাথে চ্যালেঞ্জ বইলা এসো শেষবার মতো চুল দাঁড়িয়ে আশ্রয় আসতে
শুনেন কালকের খেলায় আপনি হারবেন
বাবা কনফিডেন্স দেখছো মেয়ে।
যদি না হারছেন তাহলে কিন্তু বললাম এটা দিয়ে আমি আমার হাতে আপনার নাম লিখুন। মানে তো তখনই বুঝবেন যখন এটার দায় আপনার উপর পড়বো। সরেন।
আরে ভাই নাম লিখবা মানে? কি মুসিবতে বললাম, জিততে না পারে এখন 2 নাম্বারই।
কি করতেছ? এটা কি করলি তুই মামা বলতো? শেষ পর্যন্ত ওই হাবলু মামার কাছে।
সরি বলছি তো, মিস্টেক হয়েছে। আর এটা খেলা না, খেলাতে হার জিত থাকি।
এই কথা তুই বলতেছিস? 3 বারের চ্যাম্পিয়ন নিলয় বলতেছে এই কথা, শেষ পর্যন্ত খেলায় হার জিত থাকেই।
হ্যাঁ বলতেছি, এবার হয় না আগামীবার হইব। আর শোন, আমাদের না বয়স বেশি হয়ে গেছে, ঠিক আছে? এখন এটা জুনিয়রদের করা কাম, আমরা অনেক সিনিয়র হয়ে গেছি।
এই দাঁড়া দাঁড়া, জুনিয়র? হ্যাঁ, কোন অ্যাঙ্গেল ওই হাবলু মামার তো জুনিয়র মনে হইলো? কত দেখি। এই কথা শোনার পরে ওই হাবলু মামা সানফ্লাওয়ার তেল মাইরা ঠিক ঠিক করে হাসবো। তুই এমন একটা কাজ করছিস মামা, এলাকায় মুখ দেখানোর মতো অবস্থা থাকলো না।
টাকা দিতেছি, একটা কাজ কর, বোরকা কিন না পিন্দা ঘুরতে থাক, ঠিক আছে? এলাকায় মুখ দেখাইতে হইব না।
দাঁড়া দাঁড়া দাঁড়া, আমার মনে হইতেছে কেউ তোরে তাবিজ করছে। তুই কখনো তো এই কথা বলার ছেলে না, কি হয়েছে কত?
কোনো তাবিজ টাবিজ কিছু না। আর শোন, আনোয়ারের রহিম বাবুর ছেড়ে আনতে পাঠাইছিলাম, কই হয়?
ভাই আসসালামু আলাইকুম। ভাই
ওয়ালাইকুম আসসালাম। আনোয়ার কই?
ভাই পাড়ায় কই জানি গেল গা ভাই? কামটা কি হলো ভাই? কালকে গেমটা এটা গেলেন
যাওয়ার হইছে, কাজের কথা আসি। লাইলির পার্টিতে কাচ্চি করে দিব
না ভাই, পারুম না, মাফ করে দেন ভাই। আপনার লেগে আমার জানা যে রুমাইয়ের লেগে আমি ভাই কাচ্চি বাচ্চি রাঁধতে পারবো না ভাই।
কি কর রহিম ভাই? মাথা ঠান্ডা, মাথা ঠান্ডা। তোমাদের ছাড়া হইব না তো বিষয়টা। এমন কাচ্চি খাওয়াই ফিরবো, মনে করো 7 দিন যাতে কেউ বাথরুম থেকে বাইর না হইতে পারে। বুঝছো না বিষয়টা? পারো না? যাও এবার রেডি করো, গিয়া যাও তাড়াতাড়ি।
একটু বড় খবর হইব।
তোমরা আমগুলোকে বইতা।
আরে আমরা তো খাবোই, আগে আপ্যায়নটা করে নেই। পুরান ঢাকার ট্রেডিশন তো আপ্যায়ন করা, কি মামা?
আইতো দুধ চট লাইনে আইতো, এরকম লাইনে থাকলে তো কোনো সমস্যা হইতো না। খুব তো কইতো খেলার কথা, এখন বুঝছো খেলা কি?
এখন একদম ক্লিয়ার মামা। আপনার একটু কাছে দিই। আলু দেই, আলু আলু।
না না আলু না, গোস্ত দাও, গোস্ত দাও।
এই যে গোস্ত দেই।
অনেক মজা হয়েছে। এই লাইনে দাও, লাইনে দাও। ল লাইলি ল তুমি লইবা নি
খাইতাম মজা
নাও,
তো
তুমি একটু খাও
সবাই মিলে আমগুলোকে খাইতাম
আরে খাবো তো, খাবার তো আছে।
লোকে খাও
আরে মামা খান তো, আছে কিছু লাগলে বললেন কিন্তু।
মজা হয়েছে খাওয়ানো না
আসলে
না তুলা গোতলা
এইবার লইয়া কয়বার হয়েছে?
ভাই 5 বার।
তোমারে এত করে কইছি যে একটু কম কম খাও, মাগনা খাওয়ান পাইলে হুদাই হামাম করে খাও।
দুলা ভাই আমি তো মাগনা খাওয়ান খাই ভাই, আমরা তো বাজেতে জিতছি আর আমি তো পরিমাণ মতোই খাইছি। বিশ্বাস করেন দুলা ভাই, আমি নিশ্চিত ওরা খাওয়ানোর মধ্যে কিছু মিশাইছে। লাইলিও তো পরিমাণ মতো খাইছে, ওরা তো পেট নামছে শুনছি।
হ্যাঁ, মানুষের খায় কাম নাই, তোমার খাওয়ানোর লোকে কিছু মিলাইছে।
ভাই আপনি জানেন না ওরা অনেক ডেঞ্জারাস, অনেক ডেঞ্জারাস দুলা ভাই। ওরা প্রত্যেকটা ধরে ধরে ফাঁসি দেওয়া উচিত দুলা ভাই। আমি খালি একটু সোজা হয়ে দাঁড়াইলি, তারপর দেখেন আমি রাজপথে নামবো, রাজপথে নামবো, আমি আন্দোলন করবো গো ফাঁসির লিগা।
যাও যাও, তুমি তোমার কামে যাও, আমি তোমার লেগে কেড়ে বয়ে থাকো।
আপনি একটু বসেন ভাই।
Để xem cái này rất là ngang. Thừa thì bắt 2 lần nhưng mà qua đây kiếm tiền để bớt nha. Chẳng mà sao chúng nó cứ chơi ở đây, kiếm tiền để bớt ở đây ạ. Ra chúng nó bày ở đây thì anh cũng bày ở đây rồi, những quan đi bớt. Rồi ra khỏi xe rồi. Kinh rét ra, kinh rét thờ rét luôn. Chuẩn form vậy thầy ơi. Sojin này, Sojin của năng à. Kiếm đồ cho Asia rồi. Có quan trọng xin ra đâu. Sắp đủ đồ. Mình chia lên đầu ra quan oan giỏi mà cho hiệu thần dừng thực sự là hợp lý đấy thầy. Ba là hợp lý. Luận đầu à để tài chính tắc kè phải thần dừng cũng vậy, tắc kè loài mắt. Lắc đi à? Lắc đi ra sau. À, đẹp đấy nhỉ, đẹp đấy. Là đẹp. Không sao đâu bạn ơi. Không sao. À. Ngồi đầu. Bạn không biết. Bay nhanh bay nhanh đét vào, bay tí tỷ láp, phải không vậy? Ta tính chưa? Tích chưa? Tích rồi, tích rồi. Tích rồi, tích rồi. chịu rồi, phải bay trên đỉnh một lúc cũng xuống. Cũng muốn. Wow. Có phần nữa theo hết 38. Ui. Ê, ok, thua mà. Thua được mà. Cái này thua được mà. Chôn không? Quà sinh nhật là trai quý nhở? Thua được mà, mình thua này mà. May sang này vậy. Ok, đấy, lại vào đây đã tự di chuyển, đã thể di chuyển, đã thể chỉnh hai bên là xong. Đinh không phải, Đinh không phải, Đinh không thấy ơi, Đinh không thấy ơi, Đinh không thấy ơi, Đinh không thấy ơi, Đinh, ai á, chôn tao. M là nó 50m. Nhanh lên tao. Từ từ rồi. Mắc thêm 7 Ghét. Chuẩn không nhỉ? Bay sự nhất đấy. Đây là biệt. Dậy gì hay à, mảnh rất nhiều mảnh nha, rất nhiều mảnh nha. Cung luôn mà thôi, xin cái mảnh lấy đồ chỗ ăn vậy. Thêm cái giáp máu nữa, khiếp, mấy cái mảnh cũng hết sạch mà. Nếu mày còn lại
আচ্ছা আপনি ওই দিন আপনার আম্মার সামনে আমার লগে এরকম ব্যবহার করছেন কেন?
আমার ইচ্ছে হয়েছে আমি করছি, আর আমার পিছে ঘুরে লাভ নেই।
কেন? আমি আপনার ভালোবাসি না, করবো না কেন?
বেহায়া মেয়ে রে বাবা, তোমার তো আমি ক্লিয়ার করে বলছি যে আমি তোমার বিয়ে করব না।
আরে আপনার আম্মাই তো আমার পছন্দ করছে, তো আপনি শাদি করবেন না কেন?
তাহলে তারই বিয়েটা করো।
জি আস্তাগফিরুল্লাহ, কি কইতাছেন? আমি আপনার আম্মারে কেন শাদি করব? আমি তো আপনার শাদি করব। আর আপনি যদি আমার শাদি না করছেন তাহলে কয়ে দিলাম ব্লেড দিয়ে আপনার নাম আমার হাতে লিখুন।
তোমার যা ইচ্ছা তুমি তাই করো, আমি একদমই ভয় পাই না। আগের বার মাইনে নিছি, খেলা ছিল দেখা, এটা খেলা না, এটা আমার জীবন। আমি জীবন নিয়ে ছেলে খেলা করতে পারবো না।
আমি হাঁচা কইতেছি, আমি কিন্তু ব্লেড দিয়ে
হাতে পায়ে গলায় মুখে সব জায়গায় যেখানে ইচ্ছা সেখানে লেখো, ইংরেজি বাংলা ফার্সি যেটাতে পারো সেটাতেই লেখো, আমার কিচ্ছু যায় আসে না।
আপনার আমি শেষবারের মতো কইতেছি, আপনার আর বেশি সময় দিব না, শুধুমাত্র 12 ঘন্টা সময় দিলাম। এই 12 ঘন্টার মধ্যে আপনি আপনার মত বদলাইবেন, নাহলে কইলাম আমি হাঁচায় ব্লেড দিয়ে আপনার নাম লিখে ফেলাম, আমার কেউ আটকাইতে পারবো না।
আরামসে তুমি সিগারেট টানো, বুঝো না, শান্তিতে, আর ওদিক দিয়ে কাম সারছে। আরে শুনোস না, ওই মেয়ে তো ডেঞ্জারাস একটা ঘটনা ঘটায় ফেলছে। লেট দিয়ে হাত কাটছে, এখন কি গো মামা? ওই মেয়েটা বস কি মামা? হাত কেন? ওই মেয়ের তোর কোনো কথা হয়েছিল? কালকে রাত্রেবেলা বাসার সামনে এসে দাঁড়ায় ছিল, আমার 12 ঘন্টার আলটিমেটাম দিছে। এই কিসের আলটিমেটাম দিছে রে? হ্যাঁ, আরে ওই বিয়াতে রাজি না হইলে কি জানি। এই কথা তুই আগে কবি না। আরে আমি কি বুঝছি নাকি? আরে না বাবার কি আছে, বুঝোস না, মেয়েটা তো ডেঞ্জারাস। এখন যদি কিছু হয়ে যায় মামা, আমাকে তো পুলিশে ধরে নিয়ে যায়। আমি কি করছি? ও আমি কি করছি কিছু জানো না? ওই বেটা আইনার মারপে জানো, জীবনে তো থানায় তুই যাস্তে জানবি কেন? তা না আমি গেছি ফোন, যে কোনো হলে আত্মহত্যা প্ররোচনকারী যেই হোক না, তার নাম যদি একবার থানায় গিয়ে কয় মামা, তাহলে তোর খবর আছে। এখন তুই কি করবি তুই চিন্তা করে দেখ। কি করছিস সব? এই লাইলি বাইচা আছে তো? হ্যাঁ শুনলাম ও তো বাইচা আছে। কোন হসপিটাল আছে কো, আমি যাই একটু দেখা করে আসি। হসপিটালে যাই দেখা করে, হসপিটাল থাকলে এতক্ষণ তুমি চৈত শিকার ভিত্তি থাকলা, বুঝো নাই? আর তুমি যাই হয়তো বাসায় আছে। এই তুই কি ওর বাসায় যাবি? তুই যাবি মামা?
হায় রে খোদা, তুমি আইছো, আমি জানতাম তুমি আইবা। আমি লাইলিরে কইছি তুমি আসবা। চ্যাংরা হও আর রক্ত গরম হও, মানুষ তো, তোমার মনের ভিতরে সেই প্রেমটা আছে।
আচ্ছা আমি লাইলির সাথে একটু দেখা করবো।
লাইলির সাথে দেখা করবা?
কেমন আছো?
আছে বাবা, আসো আসো, তোমার আমি একটু দেখা করাইতে আসো।
এইসব কি?
প্লেট দিয়ে তোমার নাম লিখছি, বানান ঠিক আছে?
একদম ঠিক আছে। কিন্তু কি বলো বাইক না, ভালো হয়েছে না? আমি কিন্তু লাইলিতে কইছিলাম যে লাইলি ওটা ছবি তুইলা ওরা পাঠাই দে। ভাই কইছে যে না, কিছু জিনিস আছে এগুলো ছবি তুলে পাঠালে সঠিকভাবে দেখা যায় না, সামনাসামনি দেখতে হয়। এর লেগে তো এতক্ষণ ধরে তোমার জন্য অপেক্ষা করতেছি।
এইসব পাগলামির কোনো মানে আছে?
আছে না, তোমার আমি শাদি করব, তুমি আমার শাদি করবা, করবা না?
এই তুমি কি আমার বলদ পাইছো? বলদ এই পাশে দাঁড়ানো লোকটার মতো।
নিলে তুমি আমার মামার নিয়ে কি করতেছো?
আমি বলবো তুমি শুনবা। মানে এই যদি তোমার হাত কাটার নমুনা হয়, হ্যাঁ আমি জানলে আমি জীবনেও আসতাম না। আর যদি হাত সত্যি সত্যি কাটতাও তাও আসতাম না, কোনো লাভই হতো না। আমি তোমারে বিয়ে করব না। তোমার মতো মেয়ের সাথে শুধুমাত্র মজা নেওয়া যায়, বাড়ির বউ করা যায় না। তোমার মধ্যে ওই রকম কোনো এলিমেন্টই নাই।
তুমি তো বেশি বেশি করতেছো না?
এই মাঝখান দিয়ে ঢুকে গেলেন? হ্যাঁ সাদে কি আপনার মাইনছে হাবলু কয়? এর লেগে আপনার হাবলু কয়। কারণ ঢুকছেন যখন, তখন আমারে না বুঝায় আপনার এই ড্রামাবাজ ভাগ্নিরা বুঝান। আমি ওরে বিয়ে করব না, আমি মরে গেলে ওরে বিয়ে করব না। মানে নিজের তো কোনো মান সম্মান নাই, পরিবারের মান সম্মানটা যদি খোয়াইতে না চাও তাহলে এসব বন্ধ করো। সবার সামনে অপমান করবো না।
থাক ভাগ্নি, তুই কষ্ট পাইস না। হয়তো ওরা বুঝতে পারে নাই, আর যেদিন বুঝতে পারবো ওই কান্দা বুক চাপলাইবো, তখন বুঝবো যে কি জিনিস হারাইছি। তুই কান্দিস না ভাগ্নি, একদম কান্দিস না। তুই থাক, আমি আইতাছি, দেখতেছি।
Rượu này em đánh là suýt cho. Kìa. Bình, chi, lên, bay trời. 35 củ, 35 củ và 35.000. Ai lát này kia chắc bay như ác quỷ. 800 năm nữa. Vì bớt 16 mà triệu quay kia qua này. $16 triệu rồi à? Từ từ, thế tiếp cút về kia một lát một để bớt này. Quay 230 củ phù thủy à. Chuẩn không? Chuẩn không? Chuẩn không? Chuẩn không? Mày chuẩn? Mày chuẩn. 10 lát mắc chưa vậy? Đây từ phong tỏa. Chỉ định. Perfect. One guy, perfect landing. Xoay đều, xoay đều. Xoay đều, xoay đều. Xoay đều. Mày, tí cắm lòng đất. Đây à, còn nữa không? Cắm lòng đất. Đây là đi vào đấy cả cắm lòng đất rồi. Về cái cũng được. Có 2 để kiếm đi bớt. Wow. Wow. Hết đồ rồi. Mạnh quá hết đồ. Chuẩn chỉ không? Có thread này. What the hell? Tụi nuôi thầy. Tụi uống được. Nuôi này. Hai mươi lăm củ à? Đây 10 lần là 200 củ ấy. Mày nhàn 104 lap, 51 lap 55 à? Như bài quý nhà thầy mà. Nhanh điết. Vừa nhanh. Các bạn là gấp tiếp theo ngay lập tức. Thần dừng không? Ôi, chun nói kêu cửa. Vương miện thần dừng hả? Thôi anh xin phép vậy. Đâu miện thần dừng rồi Bảnh ơi. Ta phải vẽ bài khác rồi. Phải vẽ bài là gì 6 thần dừng thì bỏ mỗi thằng là kia xong rồi. Vẫn là thế, bỏ mỗi thằng kia xong. Ngoài 5 thần dừng 6 thần dừng 5 này. Đó, thần dừng cho thread nữa là xong. Giờ sẽ có 4 thần dừng bây giờ rồi à? Cháy như phai phai rồi. Nó cho cả quyền năng khổng lồ nữa cơ á. Bạn thực sự bảnh đấy thầy ơi. Lúc đó em cường khác lên cường nào trong đồ.
আজকে যদি আব্বু আম্মু যদি আমারে যদি বলতো যে সাকিব তুই বিয়ে কর তাহলে আমি
এই লইটা বান্ধব তুই চুপ থাক। তুমি তো মোর বন্ধু সুরজ রে চেনো। মোর মেলা দিনের পুরানা বন্ধু। লোকটাও ভালো বিশ্বাসী। আর তার মাইয়া যে খারাপ হইবে হিয়া কিন্তু মোর বিশ্বাস হয় না। আমার ওই দোস্ত সুরজ রে মুই কথা দিছি তার মাইয়া আয়সার লগে আগামী মাসে মগো পোলার বিয়া দিমু। তা বাবা তুমি কি কও?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ রাস্তা ক্লিয়ার।
তোর বাবার একটু মাথা মোটা হইলে তাতে কি হয়েছে? কথাটা কিন্তু খুব একটা খারাপ করেনি, তাই না? ভালো একটা ডিসিশন নিছে।
এই হ্যাঁ বেটা ওই যাও কই। আরে বেটা বহ যাও যাও কই।
বয় বাবা বয় বয় রাখি। মাথাটা ঠান্ডা করে বয় না। কথা বলতেছি কথা বলি একটু শুন।
আচ্ছা আব্বু আম্মু মন থেকে খুশিতে তোরে বিয়ে করাইতে চাইতেছে। মানে তোর মতো বলদ আমি আমার দুনিয়াতে দেখি নাই। তুই যেখানে রাজি হবি সে জায়গার মধ্যে তুই উল্টার মোসামুসি করতেছিস। আজকে যদি আব্বু আম্মু যদি আমারে যদি বলতো যে সাকিব তুই বিয়ে কর তাহলে আমি
এই লইটা বান্ধব তুই চুপ থাক। বাজান মোসরামুসরি কইরা কোনো লাভ হইবে না। বিয়া কোনো অপরাধের কাম না। শোনো পোলাপান যখন বড় হয় বাবা মার দায়িত্ব পোলাপান করে উত্তম জায়গায় বিয়ে দেওয়া। আমার জানা মতো মাইয়াটা সুশীল ভদ্র। বিয়েটা হইয়া গেলে তখন বুঝবা, তখন আর তোমার অঙ্ক মুখস্থ করা লাগবে না। বাবার হোটেলে বইয়া ঠ্যাংয়ের উপর ঠ্যাং তুলা খাবা। অসুবিধা কি?
অনেক অসুবিধা। আমি বিয়ে করবো না। আর তোমার বিয়ে দেওয়ার ইচ্ছা হলে তোমার ছোট ছেলের সাথে বিয়ে দাও।
ওই যে আয়শানা কি নাম ছোট ছেলের বিয়ে দিয়ে দাও তার সাথে, আমি পড়াশোনা করব, আমি পড়াশোনা করে পাশ করব, পাশ করে আমি হায়ার স্টাডির জন্য ইউনিভার্সিটিতে বিদেশের ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আমি পড়তে যাব, আমি বিয়ে করব না, আমি পড়াশোনা করব।
বাজান দিল্লি বহু দূর, ওদিকে তুমি তাকাইও না, লাভ হইবে না। ওই মাইয়ারেই তোমার বিয়া করতে হইবে। ফোন নাম্বার নেও, কথা কও, দরকার পড়লে দুজনে দেখা সাক্ষাৎ করো, সিন পরিচয় হও। আগামী মাসের যে কোনো দিন তুমি কত মোর এককানি কথা।
আব্বা তোরা তো জানিস তোর আব্বার মাথা গরম, যেই কথা বলে সেই কাজ না করা পর্যন্ত তার মাথাটা গরমই থাকে। তাছাড়া বাবা সবার তো আর লেখাপড়া হয় না, হয় ক হ্যাঁ? বাবা যে বলছে বিয়ে শাদী কইরা বাবার ব্যবসাটা একটু দেখাশোনা কর, এতে করে তোর একটা নতুন জীবন হবে, একটা নতুন সংসার হবে, তাই না? জীবনটা একদম পাল্টায়া যাবে, ঝরঝরা হয়ে যাবে, তাই না? আব্বা আমার কথা শুনতে হয়। হ্যাঁ বাজান,
আমার ভবিষ্যৎ এমনিও ভালো, পড়াশোনা করলেই ভবিষ্যৎ ভালো হবে। তুমি যাও এখান থেকে যাও, আমার মেজাজ একটু গরম হয়ে যাচ্ছে, যাও এখান থেকে যাও।
তোর বাবার কথাটা একটু ভালো করে মনোযোগ দিয়ে চিন্তা কর। হ্যাঁ
ভাইয়া জীবনে বহুত অঙ্ক মুখস্থ করেছো, এবার জীবনের অঙ্কটা মিলাও। এই যে উস্কো খুস্কো গালগুলো আছে না, চুলগুলো আছে না, ওগুলো সেলুনে গিয়ে ফেশিয়াল টেশিয়াল করে একটু মানুষ হও, বুঝছো?
জুতাগুলো না ময়লা হয়ে গেছে, এগুলো ড্রাই ওয়াশ করবো, ড্রাই ওয়াশ করবো।
Video 1 ngày 2 tháng 7 2024, Binh Chia Linh Get Go Boy. Ô không, cái gì hiện trên màn hình của tôi vậy? Nó sẽ quay tiếp cái trò lò lò là màu. Từ anh chỉ cho nó thẳng bên cộng 10%. Good landing, hạ cánh tốt, chỉnh tiếp. Đây á, đúng không ạ? Chuẩn không? À, không, từ từ. Bên 15 lap rồi á. Sao em muốn bút này? Vào Discord á. Ngày tiếp rồi. Anh cày xem đến bao giờ được 80 củ cái dòng ngoài. Thì anh vào anh quanh 10 lần. Vào 5 củ 10 lần. Cái cày mà sao tận 50 củ vừa thua. Nó quay được, nó có đủ tiền quay vào này. Cú chết rồi. Bên chia lên, bên chia lính. Chuẩn không thầy? Kathleen thông đạo Ziot à? Rồi sao phải hạ cánh rồi? Bên thầy cho nó xoay tròn nhé. Đây là perfect à? 10 lap này. Perfect không? Perfect. Đây, perfect. Đỉnh. Gì vậy? Đây à? Không ai ơi, không phải đâu, cơ sở đấy là trụ sở chính, quan chủ để sống nhiều công ý quan chủ lại với Hà Đông Cung. Cho nóng đang nóng này là cái gì? Lãng nhu bộ khởi đầu vấn tiên cung à, khởi đầu bố ngon rồi đây, ngon rồi, đây ngon rồi. anh ngoan mày thì anh ngoan. Thần dâm đính mày đính. Và vẽ biết đâu hiểu. Được mà nó cũng chuẩn chỉ chứ. Cái khổng lồ ấy. Chỉ lấy một cái đéo này nhét lên cái khổng lồ vậy sao? Linh trên đây không nhặt trước lần nữa. Hello guys. Tao chắc sẽ chinh choang kìa. Mấy thằng Trung Quốc cũng ra này. Mày có thằng điên xin ở Pripyat. Mày có thích Pripyat không? Có thằng con lợn 34 tỷ nhá. Bay đến 80 triệu. 80 đồng. Yes, bay. Ghê. Rồi nguyên nhà. Đéo giờ đánh nguyên nhà vào. Không, chết một con chữ đấy. Chưa phải đét thì mấy con này ở dưới mình sẽ quay một cười nó chịu mà tắc kè này nhìn như con nhái bên chia lên cầm nó vậy nghe ngồi nghe ai đánh bộ khởi đầu đúng không vậy? Cộng một tướng à? Không, ai đánh bộ khởi đầu thầy à? Thôi thầy xin phép vậy. Còn tiền 3 sao tiếp 3 để check bài á, không có thằng đánh á. Này có oan thì sao? Không phải. Đánh thần rừng à? À đâu? Hiệu này mà đánh sút rồi. Yeah.
ভাই কি দেখেন?
বাইকটা কি আপনার?
হ্যাঁ আমার ভাই কিছে
নাম্বার প্লেট কই?
সেটা দিয়ে আপনার কি দরকার?
রাইট দেন।
হ্যাঁ রাইট দিই কিছে?
বেরিবাদ যাবেন?
না ভাই এই মুহূর্তে বেরিবাদ যাবো না ভাই।
ভাই চলেন না, আমার মায়ের অসুস্থ।
ভাই আমার রাইড শেষ, আমার পোলার আছে জন্মদিন, আমার তাড়াতাড়ি বাড়ি যাইতে হবে, আমি যাইতে পারবো না। তো আপনি আর একটা রাইড দেখেন, এ নিয়ে যাবো আপনারে।
ভাই বিপদ তার বইলে আসেন, আমার মায় অসুস্থ। ভাই আপনার মা অসুস্থ থাকলে কি একজন হেল্প করতো না?
এই মুহূর্তে ভাই এই বেরিবাদে আমার বাড়িটা থাকলো উল্টা দিকে, আমার যাইতে অনেক দেরি হয়ে যাবো।
ভাই একটু স্যাক্রিফাইস করেন না ভাই, আমার মা অসুস্থ, আপনার মা অসুস্থ থাকলে কি আপনি করতেন না?
আরে
একটু বাড়াই দেবো ভাই, চলেন ভাই।
আরে এই সময় বেরিবাদ কেমনে যাবো
ভাই? আয়ান না, আমি তো আপনার সাথে যাইতেছি ভাই, আমার একটু নামাই দিয়ে আসেন, খুব দরকার ভাই। চলেন ভাই।
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে চলেন। ভাই কোন দিকে? ভাই আর কোন দিকে যাবো কোন তো? সেই কখন থেকে তো সামনে সামনে ঘুরতেছে।
মা, সফিকরে ডাক দাও।
আমার অনেক রাত হয়েছে।
তাহলে একটা কাজ করো, ওর জন্য একটা কেকের পিস রেখে দাও।
আচ্ছা, রাইখা দিব না, কাল সকালে তুই দিয়ে আসিস। মা মোমবাতি কই? মোমবাতি আনতে তো ভুলে গেছি একদম। তাহলে কাজ করো, বাবাকে আনতে কইয়া দাও। তোর বাপ কি জানে যে কেক কিনে নিয়ে আসছি? আচ্ছা আগে আসুক, তারপরে দোকানে পাঠাবো নেবো মানে। তাহলে একটা কাজ করি, আমি নিজে গিয়ে নিয়ে আসি। ছোট মানুষের রাতেবেলা বাইরে যাওয়া নিষেধ তোরে শিখাইছি না? তাহলে আবার একটা কাজ করো, বাবাকে ফোন দিয়ে কইয়া দাও বেলুন আনতে, আর বলবা যে তাড়াতাড়ি আসতে। আর একটু অপেক্ষা করি, হ্যাঁ, তারপর কমুনি।
Ít tiền thế. Đấy quá gì của tao. Thằng Đốc. Cú Milo hóa quỷ. Milo để hóa quỷ lắc nào. Như vậy được hết. Đấy vô cực. Anh đâu hết từ hai đi. Từ hai đi bố về đây cho xích từ thật. Nói xong ra luôn. Bắt đầu thêm mà. Lại rơi rồi. Đây lâu quá, anh ra bách rồi. Kinh ý. Tí đầu quá nhặt tí không được đấy. Anh nhập phút rồi. Bây giờ tôi đã có được 16 phút trong bản tin này. The Ocean World. Ê, cái này chưa được vậy. Rick 60 triệu quay. Ngày bay nhanh như bố. Đặc quyền phú dạng. Hỏi rồi ra luôn. Giảm đây đi. Còn đầu xí xịn này. Còn đầu xí xịn này này đi. Để cho bố link. Để xem bố sửa áp rồi. Xin nhớ này. Quay biên. Xì. Kinh ấy, cũng kinh ấy. Qua cái máy bay Jester. Ta tìm mới rồi này. Cô lao skin. Skin mới à? Tôi phải lên danh gái mới càng ngu này. Cho bố lên dài. Noob Nupakachi Nyanyu Chupapi Bunyanyo. Ủa này, ra đây rồi. Ê à, cái đeo đẹp vậy thôi. What the đẹp. Không. Mèo 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 là gốc. Mèo 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 mèo. Chuẩn không vậy. Hai năm sáu tám bảy à? Kinh đấy. Từ đầu qua trông nổi trăm của tôi phát hai của em. Thằng nào còn lâu mới được 750 tỷ mới đủ tiền để đấy mà. Nhót đến chất 5 mà xong rồi đến giao giá 6 bình thường lên nhanh không lên quá nhanh một hoàn cảnh vậy ở đây chỉ tôi nhắn gì ta sẽ cùng một pin mày ơi rơi tự do chưa bay xong được tiền nhau vậy là tự am tiền rồi lâu quá để tự ao tiền tính toán lâu qua đây này là phép bán tự chi vậy Phải không? Mày cảm thấy luôn. Ui gãy tay à? Phải phát gãy tay. Rơi chưa? Rơi tự do cho bố. Về đây. Phải phòng hóa nữa à? Kinh kinh đấy. Đầu qua không nội ơi. Không trong bách thì không có tiền. Đây có bay được rừng rồi. Thì không phải đi qua luôn. Để ở đâu ơi? What the hell? Còn thế nó gì lâu vãi. Zone mất zone. Một kiếm điện, một hết kiếm này, Darius thì Darius. Có thời gian. Binh. Ác quỷ phi phai súng dài thủy đoạn. Nếu mà đánh bài gì để dẫn dắt mấy thằng ngu rồi. Rồi đây à. Bài kia. Đây tôi rồi bố. Dạ sơ con trai của bố. Mày cút. Đây là cái mới đang qua vào lâu mới đang dậy xong nhưng mà đang qua vào rồi mà rơi lâu quá càng là dậy mới rơi lâu vậy hay là rơi đến mức an toàn mới xuống nhỉ rơi sửa đèo ấy rơi rút sửa đèo ấy ca sô mà giờ thắng một round nữa thì mới có một đồng đây này để đấy 800 của chủ thôi coi chừng đi coi let's go rồi có tăng tốc này quy tôi nhớ là quy của đát tôi nhớ có quy của đát nha quy liền ở trên này mà được 5 quả 1 2 3 4 hiểu cả 5 quả ra con đấy xì nụ một điên Setario tầm đây rồi bài tóc từ đầu lấy đại thế tăng tốc trước lấy đại thế tăng tốc trước lấy đại thế xì ra thắng làm mày đấy ôi là 20 giây đấy à đây cả tốc gì tránh một sao what the hell 300 bình thường 300 củ là kia là phải được 10 vòng đấy 300 củ là kia là phải được 10 vòng đấy vừa mới được 7 vòng soạn mới chuyển động sử nhanh không chuyển động không hành đi tỷ tứ mà bay 1 tỷ tứ trong mình mà sợ cái gì ai 200 củ đây này kia cái chứ bữa bay ác vậy cái tổng tỷ là của 28 29 ai à rồi anh đến lượt anh là phá canh cháo nhanh đây phá bay nhanh nhé ui cái gì đấy anh bay kinh quá anh bay mất xa rồi vu phải chưa thì anh bay mất thấy vật biến mất vào thông tin bị kiểu giống như reset character ấy mất tới nhau anh có mất xác quá luôn vãi 300 triệu vòng 10 lần cái vòng map trước 10 vòng map trước bài phân mất xác mất tuổi rơi map này rơi lâu quá nó theo rơi lâu quá thì lúc thầy là ở đây à cho đến bầu trời đầy sao. Rồi để thua. Mày cắt lên cái bản nó phát chết đấy. Rồi được. Anh tin. A Chốc vụt trước. Rồi A Chốc đã vụt trước rồi. A Chốc cút. Ô thắng này. Trời. Rơi lâu quá trời ơi. Ui rồi ôi, phần nhánh chứ cầu hồi phục. 2 tấn 13 ngẫu nhiên. Rồi, xây dựng đội hình lên zone 3 cho nhanh. Nói phần bạc đéo hiểu. Phần bạc đéo sẽ tự động ạ. Không, bây giờ tao đến cái thế giới thứ mấy đây? Thứ 1, 2, 3, tao ở thế giới thứ 4 đúng không? Đây cái map thì rơi lâu cực, cái nó bắn xong rơi xuống lâu vãi, mình ao ra mà không được tiền hay thì là phải để sự rơi xong rơi lâu phải chịu. Cháu hiểu. Thực sự binh em cũng rơi lâu mà, rơi đét. Bây giờ anh đi mở trứng cho bay. Có lẽ nào anh vừa quên. Thì em phải mở, em phải luôn lấy nhiều tiền để mở mấy quả trứng tiếp theo chứ. Em lên world tiếp theo này. Thì mình vẫn để lên world tiếp theo đi. Lên world tiếp theo ấy, mấy trứng xịn hơn. Anh hack một tay rồi nữa. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ui, epic à? 8 mới chỉ là epic thôi. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chuan này. 1, 2, 3, 4. À, 3, 6 here. 2, 3, 4, 6. Một cái rare. 6 lần đổi miễn phí cho nên khi sử dụng còn tiết kiệm. Đấy lên 7 rồi. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Rồi, mua epic nữa. Hết tiền nào? À. 10. What the hell? Chuồn tạo. Wow, anh đến rồi lâu. Nhưng mà mày sẽ vào bảo là không được cái chơi này đâu gì. À. Trên đi chợ. Phải chưa? Chuồn tạo. Chắc thế rồi em ơi. Chỉ quả ai 200 mầm chiều ơi em, anh cũng không biết, anh cũng không hiểu. Sự nhanh và nhẹ đấy. Biết đâu, anh biết đâu em. Người ta có chỗ để tiêu tiền mà Vũ. Bảo nó là mày làm hay xong cái tiền cho bọn tao được không? Gì mình. Đấy, thế sao nó có tiếng đi chợ từ nãy đến giờ ấy nhỉ? Thua hả? 77 máu hả? Chú đéo đây kiếm ạ, thực sự thiếu kiếm trầm trọng ấy. Đéo kiếm rồi. Tôi lấy đồ cho Zone cho Ken trước vậy. Mình sẽ đánh Ken mà anh không dồn được Zone này. Mình cực chiêu. Rồi 400 củ bò. Chiêu lại. Lập đi bắt đi. Rồi, mày ngoại. Ở đây à? Chết 6 à. Trời red này. Chào chị.